We are live.
All right.
So I'm going to mute people until we start up.
Hey, Bruce.
Yes.
I have a colleague asking, is there a new link for today, or will the streaming link from yesterday be the same?
New link. I sent it out about 8:30.
Hmm. Okay, she got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Everyone's online now, supposedly, and we have our second day of the Powertrain Strategies for the 21st Century Conference. It was funny at the end of yesterday. I was signing off at the end of the day, and uh, we haven't done any 2-day conferences before. So at the end of the conference, I'm saying, well, thanks for everybody coming. We'll see you in September for our IT conference. And without saying anything, that we'll see you tomorrow for our second day of the Powertrain conference. Of course, it didn't even hit me until last night. And I go, oh, wait a minute, we got a second day. So here we are. We had our first day yesterday. We had a very good discussion of the variety of tipping points for EVs. We had a couple of TCO, total cost of ownership analyses, one pessimistic, one more optimistic. We had a good discussion about cost parity, but cost parity seemed to be very different. Some people in the early 2020s, some in the mid 2020s, some in not until 2030s. Same for $100 kilowatt hour batteries. Pretty much optimism and from some people and pessimism from others. And we also heard from the EPA and having them talk about the research that they're doing on electric vehicles, which is extensive. And there's going to be more coming in the future. So it was a very good discussion. Today, we also have good presenters. I'm going to go over them in just a little bit, but we'll be looking at a variety of topics, again, related to tipping points for EVs. Let me start by sharing my screen and doing a quick intro. The intro won't be as long as the one from yesterday because almost everybody online today is carryover from yesterday. Let's see. Okay. The other thing I noticed that I didn't do from yesterday was I didn't introduce myself. My name is Bruce Belzowski. I'm the managing director of the Automotive Futures Group, retired from the University of Michigan Transportation Research Institute, still located here in Ann Arbor. Funding comes from our affiliate program. Again, we always like to thank our affiliates. And for this particular conference, we have a special a shout out to Ward's Intelligence that supported our powertrain strategies for the 21st century survey this year. Our research is on globalization, powertrains, and ITS, and our 5 annual conferences that we'll talk a little bit about. Again, a thank you to our Automotive Futures affiliate members. We couldn't do this without them. They're supporting our research as well as our conferences. We have research partners, IT, OEMs, government NGOs, as well as suppliers and consultants. And this year we're looking at powertrain strategies, China New Energy Vehicle project that we've been following for the last 4 years, and some work on autonomous vehicles. We're also bringing on a couple of projects looking at the aftermarket for EVs, a topic that was discussed yesterday, as well as kind of looking at battery suppliers in the US. Questions this year focusing on mobility, powertrain, globalization. We kind of went over those yesterday. We talked about our researchers, mostly student researchers, but also Kara Alkire has been with us since the 1990s. So we're continuing on with our research from all the different topics that we already discussed. Our latest addition is Lahari Vavilalala from U of M Ross Business School. She's our intern this summer working on marketing. And what she's working on is building up our Automotive Futures LinkedIn page. So you'll be hearing from us over the next couple months, trying to build up that Automotive Futures LinkedIn page. Next conference is in September, Future of Automotive IT. We'll be looking at Internet of Things, and then our 13th annual Inside China conference in November. That was our first conference that we did back in 2008. We're also doing Meet the Speakers networking. This is new for this conference. Yesterday we had some speakers meet with attendees. We sent out a link to that effect to the Meet the Speakers program during the last few days. Each speaker is available, spending an extra half hour with us for 2 meetings of 15 minutes each. There's a sign-up sheet, a link and a sign-up sheet for that, so please take advantage of it. We have some of our speakers. There's still some openings for today. We offered our affiliates first chance to meet the speakers, and now we've offered it up to all the attendees. So for today, we've got, as I said, good presenters as well. Mike Dvorny is the Vice President of Automotive and Mobility at Escalent, talking about consumer perspectives. Sergio Munez from University of Parana in Brazil, who I've been working with for the last 4 years on EVs. We started out only looking at China EVs because they were driving the market, but now that the rest of the world, especially the Europeans, are jumping on board, we've expanded our research to look at the global market, and Sergio is going to be talking about the different platforms and strategies of the manufacturers. We'll take a 10-minute break after him. We'll do Q&As after each of those, and we'll have all our speakers participating in the Q&As. After the break, we'll have Michael McCarthy, who's the Chief Technology Officer from California Air Resources Board, talking about some of the latest work that they're doing. We're looking forward to hearing from Mike. And finally, Tom Miller from Ishan Technical Center here located near Ann Arbor here. And Tom's going to be giving us a supplier perspective on tipping points for EVs. And then we'll adjourn. Post-conference attendees get a link to the presentations. Affiliates get the link to the presentations and the video. That'll be on our website. And we'll also have a conference summary that reviews the highlights from the conference. And all the agendas, the speaker bios, registration list, sponsorship opportunities, affiliate information, upcoming events, that's all on the link that we sent you about the conference. It's on our website. And I said that we also have a link from the email that we sent you for audience questions. For all those of you who are on the live stream, the YouTube live stream, please feel free to use the Google Forms to give us your questions, and also to please review the conference. There's also a link there for a conference review. So we appreciate any feedback you can give us. So the links to the presentations and the videos should be done this weekend. I'll send out an email to everybody who attended, who registered, so you'll have that. And now I want to do a little bit on some work that we did recently. This summer, I had a research intern from College of Engineering, Edric Joe. He followed up on work that we've been doing for the last few years, looking at the Ward's Automotive and Molly data from engines that were produced in North America by manufacturer. And we've been following that since about 2014. So we've got some long-term data here about how things have changed in terms of how each of the manufacturers are doing in terms of different powertrains. And we're also looked at the recent, and I think it's the preliminary data from EPA on fuel economy and emissions. So let me stop. I wanted to pull this up, and I'm not seeing it. Let's see. All right. So this is the company strategy, powertrain strategy comparison report. This will be available to everybody on the website as well. I'm going to go through this kind of quickly just to give you a taste of what we're looking at here. We're starting out at the company level. This is the percentage of production volume, and we're looking at highs and lows and from 2014 to 2019. This is for 4-cylinder engines by company, and you see some ups and downs of companies. We point out some of those as we go along with the red arrows. We're not going to prognosticate as to why they are doing this. And again, there's also some issues here where company totals do not necessarily match total vehicle production and sales figures, because volumes for discontinued and export only engines are excluded from the chart. So it's it may be some edge or things around the edges that might be a little different. But you can see here some increases and decreases in 4-cylinder engines, some increases, and again, this is over a period of time, so you see some changes. One would have thought that you'd be based on the 2012 regulations, that you would start seeing more 4-cylinder engines across the board, maybe fewer 6-cylinders, but with the introduction of the new technologies for engines, the turbo boosting, some of the 8-cylinders have gone down, but not for everybody. So you haven't seen a dramatic decrease in 8-cylinders. If you look at hybrids, again, some ups and downs here as well, and change varying by company. If we look at individual companies over the last few years, you see the FCA showing decreases in 4-cylinders, increases in 6-cylinders, and some increases in 8-cylinders. Ford with some decreases in 4 cylinders, increases in originally some in 2017, 2018, some significant decreases in 6 cylinders, but increases in 6 cylinders, and some decreases in 8 cylinders, as we might expect from the turbo boosting. General Motors has different strategies. They're increasing their 4 cylinders, but they've decreased their 6 cylinders and been pretty steady on their 8 cylinders. Honda's has been pretty steady across the board, increasing 4 cylinders slightly and decreasing 6 cylinders slightly. Hyundai increasing their 4 cylinders slightly and decreasing their 6 cylinders. And Kia pretty steady on 4 cylinders, a slight increase in 6 cylinders. Subaru looking at increases in 4 cylinders and very slight increases in 6 cylinders, pretty flat there. Nissan pretty steady, little steady decreases in 4 cylinders, increases in 6 cylinders. Toyota decreases in 4 cylinders and I would say increases in 6 cylinders and increases in hybrids and electrics for them, particularly the hybrids. You're always surprised by Toyota because as Japanese companies, we think they really focus on 4 cylinders. But again, this may not be the whole story in terms of all their production volume. Volkswagen pretty steady on 4 cylinders and a little bit extra on hybrids coming in. So when we look at the EPA story, again, this is data taken from EPA's light-duty automotive technology trends for carbon dioxide emissions and fuel economy trends from 75 to 2019. So this data is 2019 data. We're looking at total real-world fuel economy by company. This is the difference between 2018 model year and 2019 model year. We see some, and here things should be higher rather than lower. So we got some decreases in fuel economy for Honda and Hyundai, though they're higher in general, some of the highest in the world in terms of the U.S. and increases in fuel economy for VW. We look at cars versus trucks. We just look at cars here, 2018 to 2020. 2018 to 2019. Honda, which shows the decrease there, and the increase in VW, again, more of a car company than a truck company. For trucks, it's Honda with, again, decreases in fuel economy, but still pretty high, and Toyota increases in fuel economy in their trucks. If you look at the emissions story by company, here, lower is better. So Honda not also had the lowest fuel economy, highest fuel economy, but also lowest emissions. But they increased a little bit from 18 to 19, and same for Hyundai, and VW decreased theirs. And you see the big three are some of the higher ones, but slight decreases for FCA and Ford, and slight increase for GM. From a car perspective, Honda increased their emissions for cars, and VW in particular decreased their emissions for cars significantly. For light trucks, here you're looking at Honda increasing emissions in their light trucks, Kia decreasing significantly, and Toyota decreasing significantly in terms of emissions for the light trucks. When you look at big three, its decreases are pretty much across the board. Some pretty good ones for FCA and Ford there. The other thing we looked at was footprint. So footprint as, and I guess we should put one of the couple of disclaimers here. These comparisons do not. This applies to both the emissions and fuel economy as well as footprint. These comparisons do not take into account credits received from the government and credits purchased from other companies that companies use to meet their company goals. Total footprint of all companies does take into account the mix of cars and light trucks, as well as sales volumes for all. So things are sales weighted. That was true for all the other analyses as well. So footprint by company, this is something we thought we hypothesized back in 2012 when the Obama administration, changes took place. We expected to see much more relatively smaller vehicles, but on the company level, nah, not so much. We haven't seen that really big changes in vehicle footprints. And from a car perspective, Fords are a little larger. This is from 2018, 2019, as well as Kia. Light trucks, Nissan a little smaller, Subaru a little larger. Again, pretty flat across the board here for that. But now when you look at 2014, and this is where we thought things would start really kicking in after the administration put up their new regulations for CAFE. So what we're looking here, we can do the comparison between 2014 and 2019 model year. So for fuel economy, significant increase in fuel economy for FCA, for Honda, for Kia. And across the board, almost, but pretty flat for Ford and GM. And then this is at company level for both cars and trucks, and pretty flat for Hyundai, Nissan, Toyota increased slightly, as well as VW. Remember, all these companies are supposed to, according to the regulations, increase their fuel economy by 5% over, I think it's 2010 fuel economy, maybe 2012, but 5% a year. This is without credits. So this is what what we're seeing from 2014 to 2019. When we look at cars, GM significant increase in fuel economy from cars. Same for Kia, same for VW, and everybody increased some except Ford. At pretty much where they were, and same for FCA. When you look at light trucks, FCA significant increase fuel economy. Ford, Kia, Toyota, all really doing really well in terms of increasing the fuel economy of their fleets. From an emissions perspective, we're looking at, again, lower is better here. Other one was higher is better. Lower is better here. Look, comparing 2014 to 2015, significant decreases in emissions from FCA, from Honda, from Kia. And also you could argue a Toyota, a VW, and Subaru. Others pretty much flat in terms of their emissions from 2014 to 2019. For cars, from emissions, GM again decreases in cars, also Kia and VW. Across the board, pretty much decreases except for FCA and Ford. For light trucks, FCA and Ford, significant decreases in emissions from those two, as well as Kia and Toyota. The others as well. I made some gains there. All decreases in emissions, except for Hyundai, it's pretty much flat, and Nissan is still decreasing as well. So footprint story, Ford a little larger as a company, Nissan a little higher, Subaru a little higher, VW is higher. So what the footprint story is telling us is, because there's not that much change in footprint, is that the companies are attacking the emissions and CAFE standards by working on their powertrains, either by downsizing, turbocharging, all the different strategies. And I think Tom Miller is going to be talking about some of the strategies that manufacturers are asking for in the near term, in terms of internal combustion engine improvements. If you look at cars for footprint, some increases for Ford, Honda, Kia. There's no regulation that says that the manufacturers have to change their footprint. So it's really just, emissions and CAFE regulations. And in terms of trucks, larger Ford trucks, smaller GM trucks. That I always wondered if that has more to do with the introduction of the Colorado and the Canyon from GM, who came out much earlier than Ford did with the Ranger for the mid-size trucks, which could affect size of trucks. And some decreases for Toyota in terms of vehicle footprint. And so that's that for kind of the my introduction to the what we've been working on for the past year and over the past yeah, pretty much over the past year, looking at powertrain strategies and also strategies of the manufacturers. And I'm going to stop sharing here, and I'm going to move us over to our first speaker, Mike Dvorny. And let's see, Mike is the Chief Technology, as I said, the Chief Technology Officer. I'm sorry, that is the other Mike. We have two mics here today. And where is the Mike Dvorny? Here it is. Mike's the Vice President, Automotive and Mobility at Escalent. He spent the last 15 years as a consultant and researcher for nearly every global OEM, providing strategic advisement to leaders on issues ranging from autonomy, in-vehicle tech to alternative powertrains. He's also head of EV Forward, the largest, most comprehensive study of future EV buyers in existence. And I think that's what Mike's going to be talking about today. Mike, you want to share your screen and take it away?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Bruce. Okay, let's see. Hopefully that's coming through okay.
It is.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks everyone for joining. And as Bruce mentioned, I'm going to talk through some results we have from a very large study that we recently completed. And it's really focused on the buyer's perspective as it relates to EVs. Because, you know, one of the things for me, I love conferences like this. It's always really good to be able to talk about things like where cost parity is and lots of other issues. But at the end of the day, I always like to try to, you know, remind everyone, you know, we've got regulations, which are obviously a huge driver with EVs, but we're needing humans to actually buy these vehicles, whether they're vehicles for personal use or for fleets. And so understanding those perspectives are important because in a lot of ways, when you look at the last decade, you know, a lot of work we've done with car manufacturers in particular has led to frustration around the lack of success in EVs. And in many ways, when we, you know, with all the work we do with consumers, it's pretty apparent where some of these shortcomings are. And so I'm going to talk about some of that today. So in terms of Escalent, we've, as a company, been around for the last 4 decades. And, you know, effectively, what we do is research and consulting. It's the consumer perspective. And our specialization is really in industries that are undergoing disruption. So from the very beginning, we've worked with autos. And, you know, as we all know today, there's really no change in the fact that disruption is something pretty big that autos faces. So, so for us, this is a, you know, a space we're used to. And, you know, EVs in particular are just, you know, it's a fascinating place for us. So in terms of who we work with, you know, this is really the results I'm going to share today are results that we use with nearly every OEM. We also are working with a number of energy companies, some governmental organizations, tech firms, and the like. So this is, you know, basically, I'll be speaking from kind of the perspective of having looked at EVs with all these different companies. So before we get into some of the data itself, I just wanted to talk about, you know, why did we set out to do this very large study? Because in a lot of ways, the comfortable place for us to be would normally be, you know, companies come to us and say, we'd like to study this space. And, you know, okay, we frame up some research, or we do some consulting work related to EVs, and we execute it and we hand it back over to them. But one of the things that we've been realizing, particularly over the last couple of years, is just how dramatic a change we're seeing from a consumer perspective as it relates to EVs. So to give an example, when you were talking 3 or 4 years ago to somebody who purchased a Nissan Leaf, their motivations, who that buyer was, is very different from the person today who's actively shopping, say, a Hyundai Kona EV that's similar pricing. You know, it's a small SUV body style, has dramatically greater capability in terms of range and things like that. And so we really understood, we need to make sure we're talking to the right people, because a lot of the research that we were doing, that our clients were designing, basically would talk to some of these extreme early adopters, and we would try to take the learnings from those and apply it to people who are different. And so basically we said, we need to just acknowledge where we are, and the fact that this is shifting. And we really need to, basically shift that to be able to talk to and focus on the right people as we plan products, vehicles, other kinds of strategies related to EVs. So, not only do we have this new generation of buyers basically on the horizon, but one of the really important things is we look here, and this is why I've got the part where it mentions the 40 electric vehicles, on the road in just the next several years here, is the fact that that's really going to change it a lot. When you've looked at the vehicles that have been on sale so far, from a consumer standpoint, quite frankly, they've been, for the most part, pretty unappealing. And that's really held a lot of people back. And so we're at an exciting crossroad basically for the industry. And so for us, it's about, if we can talk to the right people and really understand how they're thinking, what conclusions can we draw that we can then pull into EV strategies to have them be more effective. So what is EV Forward? EV Forward is this study. And one of the key things here is it's a study focused on the next generation of EV buyers. This is not a study where we got a bunch of EV owners together and said, hey, what do you think? What do you like? This is about saying, look, as we look at all these vehicles coming, they're going to have mass appeal, or closer to mass appeal. So how do we identify those people? And so one of the most difficult things we set out to do as part of this research was to say, look, we need to identify people who are interested in EVs or who are going to consider EVs. But we have a problem. There's pretty limited knowledge among the new car buying population about EVs. How do we get past that? And so one of the core things we focused on were, we need to look at people who are in the market basically for EVs right now. And what are some characteristics that they share with other people who maybe have lower knowledge of EVs? So we did lots of analytical work. I'll talk about that briefly. But essentially what that allowed us to do is to be able to ask people a series of questions that had nothing to do with electric vehicles and still be able to tell whether or not when they go to shop for the next vehicle, they're likely to be purchasing or be considering an EV. And so what that allowed us to do is basically say, look, let's draw conclusions from all of those people, not just a much narrower subset that isn't really reflective of the people that are going to be buying. So we did this. We have a strong analytical team at Escalent. So we actually had 6 PhDs working for a couple of months, analyzing literally millions of factors from over 10,000 people. And this is really to understand, and we sort of joked about it, but to be able to say, tell me about your, favorite flavor of ice cream or your favorite TV show, and I'll be able to tell you how likely you are to buy an EV. It turns out those weren't the important questions, but when you ask those important questions, you get some really, really solid answers. So, and the nice thing is that, so we just finished up reporting on this in March, and we've had a really strong response of people basically saying, okay, look, I've been looking at EV research for years, and this takes an approach that's really giving us some real insight that we can make some definitive plans on. And I'm going to share some of those results today. So to get into those, basically, I said we talked to over 10,000 people. Who we talked to was basically a carefully selected cross-section of the new car buying population. We didn't go into this research saying we know who the right people are. So we said, let's just talk to everyone. But it's not just everyone, it's everyone who's going to be buying a new car, which is pretty different from the general population. So we took a lot of care to develop the sample so that it was representative across the United States, representative by demographics, what vehicles people own. And so these results, basically, it's not often you see something that says, look, if we were to talk to quote unquote people who are going to buy new cars, what do they have to say about things? And so we wanted to start with just let's level set on where are EVs. And so you find that there's a surprisingly positive view among the general population about EVs. So we've got about 85% of these new car buyers saying, look, EVs are the future, or at the very least, they're an interesting idea. it's only about 15% of car buyers that, and right now in 2020 are saying, I just don't really believe in EVs, or I don't want to hear anything about it. The other thing too is when you look back over the last year, this positive view of EVs is actually getting more positive. So it's kind of a groundswell effort. But at the same time, when we talk about this positive nature, I am not going to be here to say, oh, okay, look, here comes a hockey stick projection. In 3 years, the whole world changes and everyone's driving EVs. What we need to do is square this kind of positive view of EVs with the fact that we still only have about 2% of people buying EVs. How do we go into that gap, and how do we make better strategies to make sure that we can convert more people to be buying EVs? That's really the crux of what we set out to do. And I'll talk to very briefly here about what are some of those things we can do. So again, level setting on who it is that we're talking to. The new car buying population, by and large, is a homeowner population. So 85% of these new car buyers own homes. They're for the most part single family homes, and they're very suburban based. So in the US, we sort of laugh. We can talk about advertisements that exist where it shows the millennial, plugging in their car in an urban center. And the reality is that's not really who we're dealing with. And that's, when we look at these next buyers, I just want to put that framework in our minds of what this person looks like. The other thing too is, where is this vehicle going to live? And so basically we've got about 86% of these new car buyers that they're going to be parking the vehicle basically in their garage or right next to it. And so home charging is something that right now we're working with a couple of utility companies to really try to address. And to me, this is a misconception I think our industry has, is that as easy as it is, and from a PR standpoint, to have Starbucks and places like that put level 2 chargers everywhere, that's not that effective to get people to really convert to EVs. Most people charge at home. We recently did some research based, I'm based in the LA area, and we did some specific research around here. And, even with all the incentives, even with a lot more kind of widespread existence of chargers in the field, EV owners far and away still charge predominantly at home. And so it's something that we're really trying to change the narrative to, look, we need to focus on home charging, because that's where everybody wants to. People don't really want to change their lifestyle and say, oh yeah, I used to stop in Starbucks for 5 minutes, but now I go there for 50 minutes a day so that I can sit at a level 2 charger and get my, the energy I need. Hopefully that makes pretty intuitive sense to all of us, that that's not really what people want. This does have implications though as well for DC fast charging along corridors, and I'll talk to that. One other thing here, and actually let me go back for a second. One thing I should say is I'm talking about data here that is looking at the entire new car buying population. We do have, when you talk to 10,000 people, there's a lot of granular data. So we do have results that look more specifically at people that are more likely to be intending in the very near future, or people that are very open to EVs, but maybe are a few years out onto the horizon. And so you can see some of those differences, but basically the overall conclusion is they don't look that different from the whole. So home charging still is really important. So one exercise that we did was, we said, look, let's take all of, let's take people's ratings of battery electric vehicles and how likely they are to purchase one for their next vehicle. What happens if we give them basically what they're used to in an internal combustion engine vehicle? Because one thing you do know for sure when you work with consumers is that when it comes to EVs, they have a lot of misconceptions. I mean, we routinely hear people talk about how they don't want to buy an EV because even though it's great for the environment, they don't want to get electrocuted when they take the car through a car wash. I mean, we can sort of joke about that, but that's really pretty commonplace. And so in a lot of ways, I mean, that's a bit of an extreme example. But what it does highlight is when you talk about what people expect from an EV, if you just stop someone and say, hey, electric vehicle, are you interested? People come in with a whole litany of assumptions. Oh, well, it's like a golf cart. They don't have good performance. The range is really short. And so we said, well, look, you're all used to internal combustion engine vehicles. If we basically offer up to you the attributes of an internal combustion engine vehicle, which of these actually drives your interest in EVs the most? And so, as an industry, we tend to hear people talk about, well, what we need is cost parity with internal combustion engine vehicles, and we need greater range. Those are what are going to cause people to, those are going to be the tipping points and get people to come over. So everything that you see here in these teal bars are basically what people are used to in internal combustion engine vehicles. So for instance, when we list out an all-electric range of 400 miles, that's because the average new car sold in the US today has a gasoline range of about 412 miles. So this is parity. And what we find is that range actually ends up second from the bottom. Charge time, really quick charge time, and admittedly, this isn't, we know 5 minutes for a full charge is not feasible, but I can tell you this, the answers aren't that different if you talk about an 80% charge in 25 minutes, which we have with something like the Porsche Taycan. That actually ends up driving in consideration on EVs the most. And one of the reasons why is if most people are assuming that they're going to charge at home, if you need to charge in the field, it's paramount that it's something that you can do quickly. And think about for all of us, you're out running errands, you realize you need to stop for fuel. The last thing you want to do is to try to think about how this can be a perfectly curated experience where you can sit and catch up on light reading. No, you want to get to your destination, you want to get home. The car can finish charging later at home. You really want to get that done. And so again, this is a lot of some of the typical assumptions we hear that we just want to push back on a little bit and say, hey, it depends on who you're talking to, and we have to have context of what's actually, from a consumer standpoint, driving their view of EVs. So part of this research is, we really wanted to focus on this next generation of EV buyers. And so one thing we did is we did a buyer segmentation. We basically took the data and we said, look, let's run through and effectively see how the data clusters. This isn't about us thinking, oh, people have these ideas that people are interested in EVs because they care about the environment or because they care about technology. Let's try to seek out who those people are. Instead, we took a very sort of agnostic approach to say, we have all this data, let's run basically strings through the data and see how it clusters out and who these personas are. And so we basically ran over 65 different possible segmentations, all of which were statistically significant. But ultimately, I'm going to show you on the next slide, there were 6 buyer types that we identified that what I can tell you is with all of our partners, particularly at the OEMs who do a lot of buyer segmentations, the results we've gotten are a lot of people saying, this looks familiar. Like we recognize these people. We just haven't had a lot of depth to understand who they are and what motivates them. And that's what we are here to do. I do want to point out, basically, aside from the 6 personas, on the next slide, you're going to see for each person, there's a number. This number from a 0 to 100 is basically this person's or this group's likelihood to buy an EV. So every one of the over 10,000 people that we spoke to went through this analytics and got a number for each powertrain, how likely they are to buy it. And I want to point that out because it's important in terms of how we laid out these buyers on the next slide. So here are the 6 buyer personas. And so the way to look at them, if you look at the EV Forward score, that's that intention score, ranks from a low of a 30 on the far left with the old guard to the high of 78 with the torchbearer. And so, you kind of think of it as the torchbearers are the ones that are essentially on their way to the dealership today. And the old guards are, the ones who are basically kicking and screaming. They're going to hold on to their gasoline vehicle until their dying day. But let me speak to these buyers because the implications of this are pretty important. So when we look at the torchbearers look in some ways like early EV buyers. They're very high income, very high education. They tend to basically be very convinced that, look, climate change is an issue and EVs are the solution to that issue. So when it comes to environmental concerns, by the way, if you're trying to attract them, you don't need to talk about the environment. They totally get it. They're already sold on that. When you look at this group, it's a relatively small group. So they're only 4% of the new car buying population. But 90% of them have not bought an EV yet. And what's the single biggest reason why? That's because EVs that work for them, basically the EVs haven't existed. So you take somebody like a torchbearer who's typically in a vehicle that's maybe a $60,000 vehicle, you can parade a Bolt in front of them, and it's just not that interesting. I mean, spending a fair amount of money on a small car is not what they're going to want to do. And so all these vehicles that are coming are pretty important. It makes it exciting because for some of them, it's the size of the vehicle. For some of them, it's brand loyalty. For some, it's having sufficient range. But all these things that are getting addressed, that's important. By the way, with this group, one of the questions I'll tend to get is, well, this sounds like somebody who would go and buy a Tesla. We need to remember that Teslas have a pretty polarizing appeal to a lot of people. I mean, in some ways, it feels like you're joining a cult. So there are a lot of people in the Torchbearer group that basically, they know of and are aware of Tesla, but for some reason or another, it's just not working for them. Young enthusiast, this next group here, if you look at young enthusiasts and Steward, their EV forward score, this 54 versus 57, is pretty close. Their motivations, however, are incredibly different. So the young enthusiast is a buyer we tend to hear talked about as the quote unquote tech buyer, but that's not really true. They are really somebody who is all about living life to the fullest, about achievement and reward. And so in a lot of ways, the vehicle is that reward. So they look for vehicles to be a combination of performance, technology, and styling. And EVs in a lot of ways are the ideal combination of that. However, that's not for them. It doesn't have to be an EV. So there's a fair amount of consideration among this group with things like plug-in hybrids or even regular internal combustion engine vehicles. A couple things about this group. They're the youngest group. They're the most urban, but as we saw a few slides prior, they're still mostly suburban. And they are more likely than any of the other groups to be looking to buy luxury or sports cars. So if you look at different EVs that exist, I mean, these are things we take for granted with gasoline vehicles. You don't just say, well, we make an EV, we're going to attract people who want an EV. It's much more of, well, what kind of gasoline vehicle do you want? This is somebody who wants a sports car. This is somebody who is going to want an EV that looks different from the Torchbearer, what they want out of an EV. The Steward is much more the traditional environmentalist perspective. They're really altruistic as a person. They're involved in their communities and their families. They care a lot. They want to help the environment, but they are not into cars. They are, as a group, somebody who tends to turn to other people for information about cars. And they also are a pretty conservative group when it comes to purchasing the vehicle. So they're, from a mindset standpoint, they're pretty liberal, but they don't want to make a big risk. And so in a lot of ways, this is a group where, they might buy a hybrid, feel like they're doing what they need to for the environment, but it's a little bit more challenging to convince them to make the leap into a full battery electric vehicle. So when you speak to this buyer, for instance, it's also not about telling them about the environmental benefits of an EV. They know it. It's really about addressing some much more fundamental concerns like, what does maintenance look like? What is charging really going to look like for me? And by the way, with the young enthusiast, they're a group where they're not really motivated by the environment. So any vehicle that would appeal to them, any EV, should be talking about the excitement aspects of an EV. And so, this detail, hopefully with just these top three personas, because these three are who we really are looking at in the next several years to be doing most of the, the real shopping of EVs. The stories, the messages that you would have with each of them are different. They all have different motivations towards EVs. They have different barriers that they perceive about EVs. Our last three, I'm not going to spend much time on. Basically, our Survivor is kind of the meat of the market. They're more of a mainstream buyer. They do care about the environment. Their next vehicle is highly unlikely to be an EV, but we do use Survivors because in a lot of ways when we do research, it's about, if you are looking at a program that's maybe 8 years into the future or 10 years, you want to make sure you talk to Survivors because they are that indicator of true mainstream in the marketplace. Skeptics we tend to eliminate from any EV research because they doubt everything that's new in the world. And Old Guard is one that's really interesting when we look at EV pickup trucks in particular, because we've got a few of them on the horizon. this group is one that the EV ethos, to the extent it's seen as progressive and environmental, they just flat out reject that. They are, the oldest, the most male group. They're the most likely to be intending to buy a pickup truck. They tend to be the most conservative and the most rural. But here's the thing, they're a group that's important because they have money. They're pretty well educated when it comes to cars, and they'll buy things based on pragmatic reasons. So this group, for instance, one of the things that we talked to consumers about was their adoption of other technologies to see if there were any correlations there. Old guard actually is the one that adopts, for instance, lithium ion technology outside of the vehicle more readily than anyone else because it has real benefits. So to the extent Ford, for instance, showed its F-150 battery electric prototype towing a 1 million pound train, that's something that gets the attention of someone like an old guard. So it's really about knowing who you're selling to and what it is that's going to work with them. I'm not going to spend much time here, but basically, I mentioned the benefits that people seek are very different. So stewards and torchbearers both are they're basically have environmental leanings that are pretty strong towards EV. Yet for torchbearers, for instance, they're not very price sensitive. So this is the group that's most likely to be considering EVs next. And we have a lot of discussion about price parity. And the fact is this is someone who has a lot of income and spends a lot on vehicles. So, really that's not a big issue for them. So we just need to be aware of that. So on the tipping point, one thing hopefully I can make clear in this is that, any discussion of it's all about cost or it's all about range, that's a discussion that's happening in a vacuum. When we put it in the context of the marketplace, we look at the fact that there are different buyers that are being drawn to EVs for different reasons. And so a lot of the work we're doing right now is working with companies to say, let's be strategic about this. Let's treat it as if it was a gasoline vehicle. We would never lump everyone in the same bucket when it's a gasoline vehicle. Let's not take that approach with EVs. Part of the holdup in the past was to do so requires a big investment. No one wanted to take that on. But effectively, now that we've created EV Forward, it's really helping drive change. And for us, gives us hope that it's, this is something where we can start not having everyone be so frustrated with the progress that we're making with EVs, but really do better in that regard. The other thing I want to point out here is we in the industry tend to spend a lot of time looking at this very logically, right? It's how we spend a lot of our time. We have to remember the role of emotions. Particularly when we're dealing with private use vehicles and kind of regular consumers, emotions have an incredibly important role, particularly when you deal with the fact that this is new, intimidating technology. So that's something we're really trying to make sure that car manufacturers can harness, and anyone who's doing any strategies is EVs offer up a lot of excitement. I mean, talk to people who own them, and they oftentimes, they have the highest satisfaction of all all powertrain types. Will harness that emotion. And even with work that we do with fleet and commercial buyers, even then these become, on the face of it, pretty logical decisions, but emotions still play a big role. So, unfortunately, it's just one of those things where we can't quite make everything two-dimensional and then say that we've got the issue solved. It really is about rolling up our sleeves and getting our hands dirty on all this. So I'll just stop there, and basically we can take any questions.
Thanks, Mike. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Sure.
Great. So for this Q&A session, the other folks on the online, you can, the other speakers, you can jump in if you have something you want to add for any of the questions that we're talking about. We got some good questions for you, Mike, that came in. I'll start with one that I was interested in. It's kind of a, as a survey researcher myself, I'm always looking at methodology. And when you were looking at the residence slide, were those only potential EV buyers, or are they all new vehicle buyers?
So the slide that I showed, that was all new vehicle buyers. But when we look at just people that are highly likely to buy EVs, it's really minimally changed. You end up with basically There's a little bit more of an urban sort of vibe to the EV buyers, because it wouldn't surprise you when we look at those that are really high in EV intention. They tend to be a little bit younger. They tend to be a little more progressive in terms of viewpoint. They tend to still mostly be in the suburbs, but you do end up with a few more people that are urban. And also because they're a little bit younger, you end up with people that are a little bit less likely to own their homes, but they're pretty minute differences. Still, the vast majority own their own home. It's still the vast majority, it's a single family home. They're parking the vehicle in the garage or next to the garage. You just end up with a little bit more people that are ending up in, say, townhomes or condos or live in an apartment building.
Very good. Thank you. Another one of the questions was, how do we get to where we need to be on charging infrastructure in the US based on what you found?
Yeah, I mean, so in a lot of ways with some of the work we're doing, it's a rationalization of approach. I mean, it's, in a lot of ways, it's easy to think about if you're a car manufacturer and you've got an EV that's coming to say, well, we've partnered with someone who's helping get more charge points out there, and look at the number. We now have 65,000 charge points out there. It's in the same ways I was talking about with vehicles. It's about getting into the depth and getting past some of these high level conclusions. It's the same thing on infrastructure. Because we have a lot of data, our data gets down to the zip code level. You can look at certain areas and you can, for instance, we take charging station availability and we overlay our awareness of charging stations on top of it. And you can see gaps where people basically would really benefit from having more awareness of charging stations. Because in a lot of ways, in many parts of the country where EV intention is there is some base level of it, it's not that EV charging is really insufficient. In a lot of cases, people just aren't aware of it. Once people start shopping for vehicles, they tend to get much more aware of charging. And so basically the work that's getting done on fast charging, so DC fast chargers, particularly in corridors, is incredibly important. And then, really the home charging thing is what I want to talk about again. That's the easiest. I mean, if you want to drive EV intention, having programs in place to facilitate home charging is one of the easiest ways you can make that happen, because people that are interested in EVs, a lot of them, they just don't quite know what that's going to look like for them to get charging at home. What I would say is it's not continuing to just have level 2 chargers show up anywhere ad nauseum. They're not that helpful. If they're not on, where people are going to use them, that's not going to be helpful. The other thing we find too is even in areas where there's workplace charging, people still home charge. That's still by far and away their preference, is to be able to charge at home. So anyway, there's no one panacea here, but it's really about taking a strategic approach. But there's a couple of things we know that need more emphasis.
It seems like based on the 81% people charging at home, you don't need really the chargers outside the home that much.
So, well, it's 81% who, basically own a home, that, they could charge at home. But, there is, effectively what we find with charging most of the time that's away from the home is it's convenience charging. It's not necessary charging. Hey, I'm here. I'm going to go run into the store. I'll plug in, I'll get some free electrons, or I'll top off my, my battery, if you will. But it's not, the issue with a lot of that charging is that it's not really, it's sort of a, hey, it's great if it's there, I'll use it. But it's not enough for people to say, I'm going to buy an EV and that's how I'm going to charge it. Like I'm going to assume there's enough places I go where an EV charger is going to be available and I can use it long enough to actually have that be the way that I have my EV charged.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. One of the discussions that we had yesterday, I don't know if you were listening to it, had to do with the cross-country drive and the time it takes to recharge for a longer drive.
Exactly.
I know the examples that some of our presenters were showing yesterday were the range of the vehicles was so low. There was no way you're going to get things done locally. But nowadays the ranges are so much better. You should be able to get pretty much everything done locally that you need done. and then charge at home if you're able to charge at home. But the long range trips become an issue, right? Did you guys look at that at all?
So we did. Yeah, I thought it was interesting yesterday when there was mention of, a lot of EV buyers will take one long trip and then they never do it again.
Right.
I think that really gets to, whenever we're working with a manufacturer or, really any company, and part of their argument is we need to change human behavior, we always just put the brakes on and say, look, good luck with that. That's not going to happen. So if someone's on a longer drive and, they are planning to do a bathroom break or something and they extend it a little bit to be able to charge their vehicle, that's not that unappealing. But the idea of making multiple stops for an hour or more, I mean, look, we all get on a very fundamental level. That's just not something people want to do. So yeah, basically, we have a lot of data about the way people use these vehicles. And so one of the things that's pretty interesting is when you look at people that are likely to buy an EV, there's a very high percentage of them that at least once a year do a longer trip, a trip so long that even a 300-mile range EV, they would exceed the mileage of that. So, it's really, we can't just say, I mean, you're right. When we look at daily usage patterns, a 250-mile range EV covers like 97% of people's daily driving. It covers basically everything. But as, particularly Americans, we're used to that occasional use prerogative in that sense that, well, but if once a year or 3 times a year I do a longer trip, that might be enough to make me hesitate getting an EV. That said, if I know I can stop in somewhere and I can in 15 minutes get enough charge to get me the rest of my way, now you're talking about something I can get my head around.
Right. Very good. What is I guess, and does anybody else have anything to say on this particular topic or the infrastructure, the charging topic? It's okay if you don't. We got a TCO question for you. Where was that? How important do you find total cost of ownership for EV buyers? And what was the payback period that you found makes it attractive for EV buyers?
So basically, I refuse to take that question. No, no, it's a good question. It's just one of those where we need to acknowledge if we look at total cost of ownership, we're inherently kind of bucketing people together, including some that care really minimally about it, some that care very deeply about it. And so in a lot of ways, the answer is it's kind of an unanswer, but it depends on when we're working with companies, for instance, it depends on what their objective is. If they're going after people that are very high intention, that are, for instance, look like our torchbearers, we tend to talk a lot less about TCO because this is a group that effectively is more than willing to pay a premium to get into an EV that works for them. So for instance, don't worry about TCO, worry about delivering what they need, which in many cases is a vehicle that's attractive. That said, when we look at everything on the whole, yes, cost of ownership is important. But one of the things that, came up to me with, because we, over the last 15 years or so, I've spoken with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of consumers. I just wanted to caution everyone that, we can get really specific with cost of ownership and really precise, but effectively, I have yet to meet a consumer that looks at it that way. It's the rare person I talk to who has a spreadsheet, who's really looking at depreciation, or, who ask your average friend what they spend on fuel in a given month, year, whatever. Chances are they'll have almost no idea. So cost of ownership is important, but I think we need to frame it into the fact that, look, we're trying to aim for a parity with internal combustion engine vehicles as we define it. We just have to be aware of the fact that there are almost no consumers that define it the same way we do.
Where do you see that parity coming over the next 10 years?
So, I mean, to the extent when we do reach, however you define it, parity with internal combustion engine vehicles. So if we look at, I think of some of the other, we don't have a viewpoint on when that parity is going to happen because we don't have really much insight into what's happening on the cost front. But in aggregate, oftentimes when we talk with consumers, it's particularly if we're doing it with a battery company or an OEM, they're bringing their assumptions to the table. And so when we look at kind of the middle of this decade, is sort of that's kind of often where we're aiming from a total cost of ownership standpoint. And one thing I will say is that when you talk about consumers and the fact this can be an emotional decision, if they're otherwise convinced in an EV and you're trying to ask them to pay even more for it, usually it's just too much. But when you can tell them that it's going to be the same or cost a little bit less, from a psychological standpoint, it tends to reframe the issue to one where people become much more open to, okay, if it doesn't work for me, for instance, and I have to rent a vehicle for that longer trip, I feel like I've kind of justified that because I saved a little bit of money. So I do think that the cost, whenever we reach cost parity, there's no doubt that there's a number of people that are going to come into the EV fold that have been sitting on the sidelines.
Mike, has CARB been looking at this issue?
Yeah, we certainly have. I mean, I'll talk about it a little bit, but yeah, it's tough because we don't think it's just the cost. We typically when we look at regulations, right? We look at the cost of the technology to add and how much it's gonna do and what's going to be the impact. This is just a whole different animal than adding a better catalyst on a car.
Yeah.
And so it's something that we've continued to try to evolve the way we approach it and look at it as well. But it's, I don't think we can come up with the way we're thinking right now. It's not some magic number that makes it suddenly tip the scales. It's certainly the cost is an impact, but as I'll talk about, there's lots of other things on the edges we think that are needed to support sort of wide scale adoption.
Okay, very good. Well, Mike, you ended up early, so we have we can do some more questions with you.
That was the hope.
Are we past the stage of the early adopters for EVs? And if so, what stage are we in?
I would say we are past the stage of early adopters. I mean, if you think about it, we've had EVs on the market now for a decade. I thought it was really interesting yesterday, the discussion of the 4 generations of EVs, because I think in a lot of ways when we think about new technology, that highlights to me that, who back in say 2009 would have looked at it and said, well, look, in 2020, because there were so many times back then that we as an industry would talk about, well, in 2020 when we're all driving around in EVs. But if you were to go back to somebody then and say, look, we're going to be looking at basically in sort of shortly after 2020 embarking upon kind of a 4th generation of EVs that still haven't really broken into the mainstream part of the market. Mm-hmm. It really is humbling in some ways with how far progress has to go. But I would say when it comes to the true early adopters, they've mostly been satiated with EVs now. And so we're really, the group that we consider the ones kind of that we're on the cusp of, or that we're starting to see buying vehicles now, are more of an early majority. So they're not, in a lot of ways, they tend to be the ones that are more thought leaders within their groups. They're a little bit more open to trying something new and sharing it with friends and people like that. So they're more mainstream-like. We are seeing a lot more people, for instance, that where EV is their only vehicle. And we saw very little of that in the early days. We're also seeing definitely, more people where this is their primary use vehicle versus in the past where it was almost always some kind of a third or, secondary vehicle in the household. So we're definitely seeing changes there. But, even then we have to remind ourselves that penetration of EVs in the marketplace is pretty low. So it is about, it's by no means going to be easy, but if we understand the details, we can really be much more strategic. So it's, there's hope, but we've got to be aware of what lies in front of us.
Yeah, it really shows we're still in early stages of this, of even in development. Those 40 vehicles over the next 5 years is going to be very interesting.
Exactly.
One question, again, a methodological question. What was your geographical distribution of your sampling? Do you see any bias in any regions?
So we made, what we wanted when we set out to do this research was to be able to take any of the conclusions and draw them up to an aggregate level. Because we know as being researchers by heart, if you start with a biased sample, it just gets really dangerous to try to say, well, we're going to project this out to a broader population. So, so our population is actually extremely representative of the U.S. population. So if a given U.S. state, so if you look at all 50 U.S. states, we made sure that our percentage of our population reflected exactly what new car buyers represent in each of the 50 U.S. states, so that we could robustly project that forward. So I wouldn't say there's a bias. What you do see is there are certainly regions that are much more important. So two things I'll point out that we thought were pretty interesting is, we've obviously got the California and some of the West Coast states, but we've also got this states on the East Coast that are following some of the ZEV mandates or some of the regulations. And we actually found a disparity. So if you look at EV basically awareness, the West region dominates. The Eastern region is second basically, and sort of the rest of the country is a little bit more lower in that regard. When it comes to actual EV intention, the West still stays strong, but the Northeast in particular actually falls to be average. So while there's greater awareness in that part of the country, from an EV intention standpoint, it's actually no better than it is anywhere else. Whereas on the West Coast, you do see obviously much more intention. And part of that is, we also have a lot more infrastructure on the West Coast. We have other things that are, obviously with regulations that come into play. But yeah, there are definitely some very big regional differences. We also see differences in terms of, if you go to very rural areas or closer to urban centers, all those end up playing into what people's perspectives on EVs are.
Mm-hmm. Do any of the other speakers have any questions for Mike? No? Okay, good. Mike, thanks very much. We have a few people signed up to meet with you after the conference, so you can so stick around, and we hope that you can stick around for the rest of this morning to kibitz with the other speakers about their presentations. Our next speaker is Sergio Munez. He's an associate professor of technology at the Technology Center and Transportation Department at the University of Paraná in Curitiba, Brazil. He's been a coordinator of the graduate program in manufacturing management and production engineering. His current research fields are sustainable transportation, electric vehicles and mobility, the automotive industry in general, and production and operations strategies. Sergio, welcome.
Thank you for the introduction, Bruce.
You want to share your screen?
Yeah, so I want to share it. Okay.
I'm not seeing it.
No.
No. You have to hit share screen on the Zoom program. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Got it. Yep. Perfect.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. So Bruce, thank you for your introduction. So are you talking about electric vehicle design and platform strategies and the impacts on BEV performance? So we have this agenda what we're talking about. Firstly, I will talk about our framework. We talk about EV platform strategy and EV design strategy and what they impacts on the vehicle performance and also the battery performance. So are you talking about also for some issues about battery pack design and how it affects the vehicle performance? And we will show some preliminary results and some concluding remarks. So just will come back here just for talking that this is not my my research alone. So we do it together, me and Bruce, and also Richie Chen, Haven, and Aaron. So they are students. They also contribute with this data and with this research. Okay. So I would like to address for this research issue that motivates our research. So can BEV design and platform strategies can affect the vehicle performance? So that's the main question of our research today. So I would like to come back for some concepts that we developed in 2017. In 2007, we have presented that before. So we presented two kinds of platform strategies. So two kinds of strategies, I mean. So the first one, it's electric vehicles platform. So we have two concepts associated of it. One of it's adapted electric platform, and another one is new electric platform. So what it means? So the first one, the adapted electric platform, is some companies, some car makers are adopted this kind of platform. So they developed the electric vehicles based on their ICV vehicles. Okay. And the another way, there is a new electric platform. Some car makers like VW, like Tesla, of course, they developed the exclusively electric platform for their vehicles. Okay. And also there is another two concepts associated with electric vehicles design strategy. The first one is new electric design, and another one is adapted electric design. So most of companies which adopted the adapted electric platform, they have the same shape, the vehicles have the same shape as their ICV vehicles. And other companies, they developed a completely new shape, it's not just a question of shape, but also about features. So they have another kind of car, another specific design for electric purpose. So in this graph, so I don't want to spend many time here because we present before, but just for show just a little bit. So in this, so you have one graph here that shows, for example, the strategy A. The strategy A, you have the adapted electric platform associated with adapted electric design, and the strategy B. So you have here the adapted electric platform associated with a new electric design, and the strategy C, you have a new electric platform associated with a new electric design. So companies nowadays, they have companies in A, B, and C strategies. So they are distributing in all these kind of strategies. So just for show some examples, some samples. For example, in the first strategy, the A strategy, when you combine the adapted electric platform with adapted electric design, we have a Ford Mustang, for example, VW Golf, Kia Soul, Fiat 500, and so on. Okay. On B strategy, when you have one adapted electric platform associated with one EV design, you have a Nissan Leaf, Prius, GM Bolt, Mercedes-Benz, EQC, and so on. And on strategy C, when you have a completely new design, electric new design, associated with a new electric platform, we have, for example, VW ID3, all the Tesla models, of course, and BMW i3. Okay, just for show what's going on in terms of strategy of these companies. So this is another graph that shows these three strategies. So when we're talking about adapted platform with adapted design, we're talking about that many components are shared between ICV these two kind of vehicles. And in the another extreme, you have the NEP, NED strategy that you have just a few components shared between EVs and ICVs. In some cases, we have just a few commonality between them. Okay. So we're talking about how the battery pack design can affect all the vehicle performance and vehicle efficiency and so on. Okay, so the battery pack, it's a very big issue. It's a very big challenge for the car makers because, as you know, it's very heavy and big. So we are talking about something between 500 and 1800 pounds. So it's very, very, or even more in some cases. So it affects all the center of gravity of the vehicles, the dynamics of the vehicles, and of course, the vehicle's performance. So it's a very big challenge for car makers how to put this battery pack inside the vehicle. Okay. So and also they should deal with many things like cost, packaging, manufacturability, efficiency, reliability of heat dissipation, safety issues, and so on. So they have other things to deal with, like heat, mechanical stresses, in case of crashes, for example, some gases that can release from these batteries. It could be very dangerous for the passengers. So they should deal with all these things related to the battery package. So the battery pack can affect, as I said before, the center of gravity of the vehicle, the dynamic safety, interior space, and also the trunk space and cargo volume. When you have one adapted electric platform, for example, the trunk space and interior space, normally they are compromised, a little bit compromised because of the battery pack. So if you compare one EV with one ICV with the same platform, you can note this difference between interior space and trunk space. So because of battery pack, okay? So the main things here, the main challenge is how to integrate battery pack inside the vehicle, how to make it a modular system to integrate it inside the vehicle and to have a better performance instead of this kind of battery pack allocation, okay? So I just show here some samples, some examples that for many kind of strategies that I told before. And the first one is VW Up, which is one adapted electric platform with one adapted electric design associated. So as you can see, the battery pack, it's unavailable. It's put on available spaces on the car, inside the vehicle. It's the same as e-Golf, okay? So you are located the battery inside the available spaces because this is an original car project for one ICV vehicle. Just the platform was project for one ICV vehicle, so they have to adapt it this battery inside in the floor of vehicle, in the chassis. It's the same as Audi e-tron, okay? Jack Motors also, they have one adapted electric platform strategy, so they also they allocated the battery on available space on the chassis. Here it's a different case. It's a Nissan Leaf, which is a B strategy that I showed before. So they have one adapted electric platform because, for example, the first Nissan Leaf was based on Chida platform, which is a B platform, a Nissan B platform. And but they have a completely new design, a completely electric new design. So in this case, they have more space to allocate the battery pack. So as you can see here, the battery is more flat on the floor. Renault Zoe is the same, so it's a B platform. Okay, so you have a more, not completely, but a more flat. And here is the strategy C. Companies that follow the strategy C. Normally, the battery it's completely flat on the chassis. So on the skateboard, you can see the battery is completely flat. And the Volkswagen ID3 also. So you can see the difference between these three strategies, right? So I will not spend much time about this, about the motor as well, but just for figure out some points. So if you compare the electric motor with a combustion engine, so 1/3 of our energy in one combustion engine, in one ICV vehicles, you spend on only one third in movement, and 1/3 is lost, is wasted in emissions, and another 33% is lost, is wasted, just for nothing. Okay, so you have only 33% of conversion between energy and movement in combustion engine motors. And also, if you compare here with electric motors, you have a much more, a better efficiency of this energy. So more than 90% of the energy is converted in movement. So you have only less than 10% in loss. So the electric vehicles, they are much more efficient than internal combustion engine. It affects also the vehicle performance, of course. So nowadays you have most of the car makers, they use PSM motors, which is a permanent synchronous motors. So most of them use this PSM. Some of them use asynchronous motors, like this ASM. And there is also FSM motors, which is external excite synchronous motors. And the Tesla, for example, has another kind of motor which calls SRM, which is switched reluctance motors. So, but most of them use PSM, which is they use magnets inside, and the others that I told you, they don't use magnets. So the PSM is more efficient. They have more than 90% of efficiency, the PSM motors, but they are more expensive because they depend on rare materials. And the other motors, they don't need magnets. They are less expensive, but they are not the peak efficiency, it's not very good as the PSM motors. Okay, so And also, if you compare the power to weight ratio, you can see the difference. For example, the PSM have more than 1.6 power to weight ratio, and compared to one ASM, it's just 1. Okay, but ASM it's more cheap, and also they are more durable than PSM motor. So there are many strategies. It's not our question here today to discuss this today, but there is many type of motors adopted by the companies. Okay, but most of them adopted the PSM. So I will show some results that we have. So we collected one data from 36 BEVs, which represents about 70% of all BEVs sold worldwide. This is the list of BEVs that we have this data. Okay, so you have from BAIC, BMW, BID, Daimler, FCA, Ford Company, GM, Honda, Hyundai, Opel, and Renault, Nissan, Tesla, Volkswagen, and Geely. So you have companies represented with many countries in US, in Europe, and Asia also. When you compare the data that we have with each strategy, for example, for car segment A, is just this proportion here on the first strategy. So in the first strategy prevails the C segment, which is a compact vehicles. And on AEP, NED strategy, you have also the B segments and the F segment, which is a luxury cars. And NEP and NED strategy, you have the prevalence, the majority is F cars, so it's luxury cars. So about the powertrain, so there is a front wheel drive here on first strategy is prevail, and the second strategy also, and on 30 strategy NEP, NED, you have the majority of rear wheel drive and also all-wheel drive. Okay. So I'd like to address of these first indicators that we have. It's the battery capacity of the vehicles, analyzed of the 36 vehicles. So the companies which adopted the first strategy, NEP, NED, they have for their vehicles, they have this, in average, this kind of battery capacity, 66 kilowatts. And so it's just kilowatts, just keep this. And for the second one, for the second strategy, you have 67, so you don't have, it's quite the same, right? But if you compare these two strategies with AEP, AED, you have a significant difference between them, okay? If you look for the second indicator that we have, energy density, which means the amount of energy by amount of space that you have, so it is measured by watts-hour per kilogram. So in the first one, the first case, on NEP, NED strategy, you have 230 on average energy density, which is much more than the second strategy. And we have 190. And the third one, the vehicles which have one adapted platform with one adapted design, they have only 160 energy density, watts per hour per kilogram, okay? When you look for top speed, the first strategy, we have more than 200 kilometers per hour. On the second one, we have an average 150, 170. And the 31, it's 158. So you have a clear advantage between these two strategies compared to the adapted platform, okay? It's the same, so we are looking for the top speed, but now measured by miles per hour, okay? In terms of acceleration, here, the lower means better, okay? So in this case, NEP, NED, you have accelerations in average 5.6 kilometers per hour per second, 5.6 seconds, okay? You can reach 100 kilometers. On the second strategy, you have 7 seconds, and the third one from 8.2 seconds, okay? So clearly here you have also the advantage between the first strategy compared to others. When you look for total power, you also have here one advantage with the first strategy, okay? So it's measured in kilowatts. And so in the first one, you have 300 power, 300 kilowatts of power, compared to 185 on second strategy and 150 on third strategy. So we have also a better results in the first example, okay? Here is the same, we are measuring power in horsepowers instead of kilowatts. So you have the same behavior here. In terms of torque, newtons per meter. So you have the first one, the first strategy also one significantly more advantage with the other strategies. Okay, so we have more than 550 here in this case, and just 350 in the third strategy. Okay. When you talk about electric range, so it's a very good point because you can the range anxiety is still a very big issue in the electric vehicles. So again, in the first strategy, you have a more electric range compared to the others, to the first two strategies, okay? Here in this particular indicator, you have another results. So in the second case, AEP NED, you have less efficiency than the first strategy compared with A strategy. It's because, as we showed before, we have more luxury vehicles in these classes, in this strategy here, like Jaguar I-Pace, like Porsche Taycan. So they don't have a very good efficiency because they are luxury vehicles. It's not the point of the strong point of this vehicle. So they push the indicators for lower than this in this first strategy here. Okay, so you have another behavior here compared to others. It's the same, and we're talking about, because in the first one, sorry, we measure efficiency in miles per gallon equivalent, okay, in APA standard. And this one, we are talking about WLTP standards. So it's really, it's not very, you don't have very difference here. So here, the lower is better as well. So you have a slightly difference between the first strategy, the A strategy, and C strategy. And again, the B strategy, you have it's less efficient than another cars based on these strategies. Okay. So, what you can conclude about all this data that we have? So we can conclude that there is a clear relationship between the strategies, the platform strategies, and also the DV design strategy. So these two strategies combined, they can affect the vehicle's performance and also the battery performance, because it depends on allocation of the battery, as you talked about. So the A strategy, which is a new electric platform combined with a new electric design vehicle, you have more space available. You can do with center of gravity of the vehicles, aerodynamics. You have more facility to do with that, with dynamics of the vehicle. So you have a good indicators related to that. Okay. Better indicators related to that. So definitely there is one correlation between the platform strategy and these indicators of performance of the vehicles and also the batteries. So the type of the strategy adopted can ultimately affect the vehicle's performance. That's the conclusion that we reach. So when you move from the A strategy to C strategy, normally you have a better performance in terms of battery and car performance. So when you move from A to C strategy, okay? But however, we are not talking here that the platform strategy and vehicle design strategy, they are the only causes of this behavior, of these performance indicators. We have another variables that affect either. So as we talk, the motor type can affect the mass of the vehicles, the rolling resistance, and so on. So many things affect the performance of a vehicle. But of course, there is a clear relationship between the strategy that you talked about and also the performance of a vehicle. Okay, but we should have some. We are not talking about the exclusive relationship between them. Okay, there is another variables involved on it. So we're talking about now about research limitations. Okay, so I would like to address that it's still ongoing research. We cannot generalize all the results that we find so far, but we are enlarging our database, and so we expect to make one article and with more concrete results about that. Okay. So thank you very much, and I am open for your comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Okay.
And let's go back to, I think you, yeah,
It's not,
yeah, still,
this is still showing, right?
yeah, it's still showing. Yeah. No, that's not good.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. Very good. Well, thank you very much. It looks like one of the big issues has to do with the movement, and I guess it's the distribution of the different strategies for what you see for 2019. Do you see the manufacturers moving away from the adapted design and adapted platform towards the new design and new platforms?
Yeah, well, some of them, yes, but for some others, no. The answer is yes and not at the same time. For example, I would like to add us to BMW. So BMW started with one adapted electric platform, and then they decided to create a new electric platform only dedicated for new electric vehicles. And they changed their mind and they come back in their strategy, and now they have one. The strategy is basically on adapted electric platform again. So they come back because here, what is matter is the dilemma between scalability and electric vehicles features. Okay, so to build a new electric platform, because it's very, very expensive. We are talking about billions of dollars. So, but at the same time, if you have one electric vehicle underpinned in one adapted electric platform, you don't have too much features or too much a shape of one electric vehicles. So you can compromise some aspect of electric vehicles, but on another hand, you can lower the price of these vehicles. You can lower the costs because you have more shareability with the ICEVs. Okay, so car makers is always put in the balance these two kind of things. So, but in another ways, for example, VW, they move from one adapted electric platform to one dedicated one, which is MED. It's NEB platform. So the new electric cars from VW will be made on this platform. So if you compare for e-Golf and e-Up that we showed, they was based on adapted electric platform, but the new generation of electric vehicles like VW ED and so on, they will be based on MEB platform, which is a dedicated electric platform. So you have many kind of behaviors between the car makers. They adopted many kinds of strategies. So there is no a single answer for your question. Okay.
Okay. I've got someone came up with a technical answer question here for you. Will most rear-wheel drive NEP, NED vehicles utilize transverse layout with both e-motor and transmission in the rear of the vehicle?
Yeah, so I'm not a mechanical engineer, so I have no answer for a complete answer, but
okay,
one of the answers for these questions is that, for example, in NEP, NED strategy, you have many of F-class cars there. So for example, the Tesla X and the Tesla S. So so you have the here rear drive which prevail in that case. So there are many sport cars as well. So you have more in terms of drivetrain, in terms of BEV architecture. Some of these car makers decided to this kind of rear wheel drive instead of front wheel drive. Okay.
okay. Another question for you. does the differences among the different platforms and the design, does it vary by geography of where the manufacturer is based?
Yes, it depends. We can see some relationship, yes, between the geography of the car maker, where it is located, and these strategies. For example, in Asia, if you look for example, for Chinese car makers, most of them, I think more than 95% of them, they have AEP strategy. Okay, so they have adapter electric platform strategy. I show only, we have in our database the NEO. NEO, it's one exception, but BAIC, GAIC, BAID, all the big companies in China, they adopted the adapted electric platform. But if you look in Europe and US, you have another kind of strategies. So the car makers from Europe, for example, like VW and BMW, and it's not the case of Daimler, for example, but they have more strategy of new electric, but BMW changed it, as I told you. BMW changed this strategy, but VW and also Renault, they are in the B and C strategies, okay, more than on A strategy.
Okay, thank you. Do the engineers want to chime in on this? Any questions from Tom or Mike? No, okay. I think that does it for us, Sergio. Thank you for your time. We're right on time for a break.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't we take 10 minutes and come back at 11 o'clock to start up again. All right, thanks everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, or welcome. Welcome back, everybody. Mike McCarthy, it's good to see you since you're up next. It's always good to see your speaker when you're up when it's their time. Okay. So Michael McCarthy is the Chief Technology Officer, Emissions Certification and Compliance Division at the California Air Resources Board. Currently, Mike has responsibility for CARB for assessment of vehicle and powertrain technology to establish future light-duty criteria pollutant and greenhouse gas emission standards, including zero-emission vehicle requirements. Previously, Mike has worked on the onboard diagnostic programs, including managing all aspects of the light-duty and heavy-duty OBD programs. Michael, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You want to share your screen and take it over?
Yep. Okay, hopefully it'll work. So let me talk today, as I've talked a little bit about some things that we're looking at the California Air Resources Board. We currently have a set of standards that have been adopted out to about the 2025 model year. And so right now we're sort of undergoing a beginning work to look at a second stage of regulations for post 2025. So I'd like to kind of give you a little bit of background today on what's driving us and some of the topics we're investigating. So despite the 50 years of CARB going at this problem, we continue to need pretty drastic reductions in California to get to healthy air quality. So if we look at NOx, which is kind of our primary precursor to ozone, we are still if we put our pencils down with everything we've adopted today, we're still going to miss our targets to get to healthy ozone air quality days in California, especially our South Coast basin, which is the whole greater Los Angeles area. We're roughly double where we need to be on emissions when you look at all the sources of NOx. Ozone air quality is not our only problem. Obviously, greenhouse gas, we have some pretty ambitious plans for greenhouse gas reductions as well. If you look at greenhouse gas reductions, we're on target to make the 2020 target. I believe we met the 2020 target already, which was to be at 1990 levels of GHG emissions. So we sort of stem the further growth there. But again, if we were to put all our pencils down, that yellow curve is kind of where we would be headed, with eventually increases in vehicle miles traveled and sources would tip the scales and start increasing emissions again. We now have to be on a very aggressive reduction strategy if we are going to hit our 2030 target, which is 40% below where we are today. We have a 2050 target of 80% below. And then before Governor Brown left office, he adopted a carbon neutrality goal for 2045. So we are still actually trying to solve for what that looks like. It's obviously not a trivial task. It is, we have to look at not just sources, but also sinks, where we have typically been in the world of looking at just at sources. So we're still hitting the buttons on trying to solve what that is. And even on the ozone, we now also have a 2037, I believe, 70 ppb ozone target, which is going to be even lower than the 2031 target. So again, we've still got a ways to go in both criteria pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions. When we look at light duty is still just a fairly big share. On the left is the greenhouse gas emissions, sort of the piece of the pie for where we are in 2017. And light duty is, more than a quarter of the share. If you look at the fuel GHG emissions related to the fuel to produced for light duties, it adds even more to that. On the NOx side, for getting to ozone, light duty is certainly a smaller piece of the pie. We have done our share of getting ahead of the curve there, but we still need further reductions from every source. As I said, we're sort of on track for double the emissions we need to be at, and so we need substantial reductions from everything. Which is why when we kind of look at this, and we've been looking at this for 20 plus years, it continues to point us to zero emission vehicles to be a significant portion of our fleet, not just in the light duty sector, but also in the heavy duty sector as well, to try to get to healthy air quality in California, as well as meet our carbon, our greenhouse gas reduction targets. So we have a fair amount of tools trying to solve and model and look for different solutions and trajectories, but they really do all point towards a substantial electrification of the fleet. And it's, because of the turnover, it takes a while to turn over the vehicle fleet. With the 25 to 30 million cars we have on the roads here in California, and the million plus that we sell every year, it takes a substantial amount of time to turn over through natural attrition to get the fleet to turn over and retire and move into the new sort of technology. So getting by 2045 carbon neutrality does not mean we can start selling new ZEVs in 2045 and make a difference, right? You need to start it much earlier than that. So we do have a ZEV regulation in place right now. I just want to give you a little bit of perspective. On the left-hand side of this graph, the gray bars sort of represent the ZEV requirement out to 2025 model year. That's what we have on the books right now. It is the regulation itself. It's in a form of ZEV credits, so people get kind of confused on trying to translate credits to percentage of new car sales and that kind of stuff. So I thought I'd try to give you a little bit of perspective of what that ZEV requirement looks like in California and where we're at on it. So as you can see, starting in 2018, the gray lines start to steepen quite a bit. That's where we actually have a much steeper trajectory for ZEVs out to 2025. But if you look at the yellow line, that's the actual credits that are being generated every year right now in California. So we are on a track right now. If people just sold at the same levels they're selling at right now in 2018, we're essentially at the 2025 levels already for the mandate. But a good chunk of that is obviously Tesla vehicles that have come on the market strong. If you look on the right-hand side here, where we start to look at individual vehicle manufacturer market share, if you translate this credit requirement approximately to a percentage of new car sales that they would have to sell to meet our ZEV mandate, it's about 8% in 2025. So you can see a couple people are already there. But everybody's situation is changing. Even GM, who last year in 2018 was above 8%, that's two models basically, a Bolt and a Volt. And we all know the Volt has been discontinued since then, right? BMW has got several models, but most of these manufacturers have one model, sometimes two at this point. Right, and that's one of the things that others have talked about is going to change pretty dramatically as people are bringing more things to the market. So, but even with one or sometimes two models, we have most of the manufacturers in the sort of 2 to 4% region. So they've got to get to about 8% by 2025. I keep saying approximate because there's all these, there's credits, they've built up credits, they can gain credits, they can buy credits, all that kind of thing. But that's if you want to, make your own requirement without relying on anybody else. That's the kind of sales numbers they need to be on. So, you know, for most people, if you think about it, here in 2020, this is 2018 numbers. I think preliminary data for 2019 looks pretty similar to 2018. We won't know the final numbers for a while here, at least on percentage of sales. 2020 is going to be a very odd number on volume of vehicles, I think. And then, you know, we've got 5 years for them to get to double to 3 or 4 times, 2 to 3 times what they are at today to make their requirement. The other thing to know about the ZEV requirement that we have is there's 11 or 12 other states in the nation that have also adopted California's ZEV requirement. So it is it represents about 30% of the nation's sales, you know, market share are in these states that have adopted a requirement. So it does go beyond just meeting this requirement in California. So we, you know, it is going to still require more ZEVs, but even if you bring it up to about 8% by 2025, just in those states, you know, we're only looking at 2 to 3% nationwide needed, you know, of sales. You know, and so even if you assume maybe half the vehicles are sold in these states, and the other half are sold in states that don't have the requirement, it's in the neighborhood of 5% nationwide sales by 25 that is needed to meet this requirement. So is it more than we're doing today? Absolutely. Is it, you know, totally out of reach? I don't think so. I think a lot of predictions are showing a nationwide number that's north of 5% by 2025. So, but it also means that we're also starting to look at post 2025 requirements. So that's what I wanted to kind of talk about today. And for our next set of rules, we are looking, obviously, we've kind of narrowed it down to 2 main goals of we still are going to have gasoline vehicles, no matter what sales projection, what mandate requirement you look at. We are still going to have gasoline, a significant amount of new gasoline vehicles sold over the next 10 years that remain in our fleet for 20 years after that. So we are trying to take another look at gasoline to maximize criteria and GHG emission reductions from those vehicles. You know, if you think about carbon neutrality in 2045, you know, it's your 2025s to 2030s that are going to be the 15 to 20-year-old cars at that time frame on the road. So that sort of in that time frame of 25 to 30, those are probably, you know, a significant chunk of the gasoline cars that are going to be on the road still in 2045 when we're trying to meet carbon neutrality. So we're trying to make sure those are going to be as clean and stay as clean as possible. And then along with that, of course, we know we need to transition and accelerate the transition to zero emission vehicles. We need a massive electrification of our fleet if we're going to get there in any time frame that's reasonable and get a lot of the turnover of the vehicle fleet. So what you know, we are studying right now and we're looking at costs, we're looking at the benefits, we're trying to figure out what trajectory is possible. But along the way, I think we've realized there's a lot of things we need to do that are necessary to sort of accelerate or enable wide-scale adoption, more than just set a bogey out there for an aggressive amount of sales. You know, we have done multiple iterations of our ZEV regulation over the years, and it's always been about small numbers of vehicles and small numbers of vehicles. Now we think we're going to be looking at a time frame when it could be a very large number of vehicles, and we need to make sure everything is in place to support that. We heard Mike talk this morning as well about it too. It's hard to figure out, you know, all the things that are necessary to get people to be willing and open to using a ZEV and adopting a ZEV. So one of the things that we're looking at more so than we have in the past is trying to figure out what items that we can have a role in that might reduce some of the uncertainty or the hesitancy of somebody to purchase a ZEV. You know, we've all seen these kind of things and anecdotal stories, and Mike has clearly studied this much more than anybody else I know of, you know, of uncertainties about how long it will last, how much will it cost me, where can I charge it, what's going to happen when I go to sell it, how much is it going to be worth, who's going to be able to work on my car. And it's clearly, there's not a one size, it's not just one question or all these questions that apply to every buyer, as Mike clearly said, right? It's you know, and we're starting to realize that, you know, just important for us is going to be any of these questions and what the second or third owner of the vehicle means, what it means to them. Because if we can't push these vehicles into the fleet new and through the whole fleet to turn over the normal fleet like you know, gasoline cars do today, we're going to have problems with the second and third owners. And so we're trying to figure out where, not all of these is CARB positioned to play the best role here, but we think these are things that we need to address to really move the needle and allow for a much faster uptake. You know, for instance, on warranty and durability, the industry has done an extremely good job of making very durable and high performing vehicles. So people have very high expectations these days of how cars and trucks will perform. Yet there, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to an electric vehicle and the battery and how long it'll last. People just don't have experience with that or confidence in that yet. So, you know, we're looking at things. Do we need to define a warranty for BEVs? Right now, we don't require such a warranty. We do in the criteria world in gasoline, so we have an emission warranty. But so we're thinking about, you know, do we need to set up something about a warranty? Is the market really going to will the market take care of this on its own? Or do we need to step in and make sure there's at least some minimum warranty backing it up? Is there, you know, a warranty alone doesn't solve everything? How many products have you bought that have a lifetime warranty and you scratch your head, what does it really mean to have this warranty? What do they really cover? You know, so do we need some sort of objective criteria that is about what is defined, what is covered under warranty, what constitutes enough of a deterioration or failure to merit a warranty repair? In the gasoline world and the diesel world, we have a useful life of 150,000 miles. They have to be designed to meet the emission standards. So we know that the emission components have some high expectation they will last and perform at a high level through that point. Maybe we need to look at for BEVs some sort of parallel requirement for retaining a portion of the range or a fraction of the range or something like that through a minimum lifetime, a useful life of 100, 125, 150,000 miles like we've done in gasoline cars. Something that will help bolster some confidence that there is a design criteria out there and people won't be as scared what's going to happen in maybe as little as 2 or 3 or 4 years after I buy it. Service and maintenance. This is one we spend a lot of time in on the gasoline world, because it turned out that in use, older cars started to become our problem. That started, you know, as much as clean as we could make new cars, if we couldn't keep them clean in the field, we were in trouble. Right now, as BEVs have entered the market, we've essentially exempted them from almost all of our requirements. They are exempt from any requirement to make service information available to repair technicians. They are exempt from any standardization of diagnostics or connectors or any of that kind of stuff. And you know, what this sort of can lead itself to is a dealer-only repair situation, right? We have that with the manufacturer now, right? It's not very viable to have that vehicle repaired anywhere else. And that may not bother the very first owner as much because a portion of that is covered by warranty. But I think that becomes a much bigger problem for second and third car owners if they perceive that their vehicle can be serviced by a very limited, they're held captive by a very limited repair facility set that's available to them. So like we've done in the gasoline world, you know, we might need to mandate third-party access to service information and tools. We do that in an emission-related envelope right now for conventional cars, and maybe we need to define some sort of propulsion or powertrain bubble for the same thing, right? We don't mandate you make service information available for your electric window motors, but anything related to the emission control systems, we do. And you know, maybe there's something similar there on ZEVs that ensures that it doesn't require them to give it away for free or anything like that. They sell subscriptions, but it doesn't allow independent repair shops to get access to the same diagnostic information and repair information that the dealer techs can have access to. And while we've never had to do it before, apparently for some manufacturers have decided that another way to control who works on their cars is to not sell parts to anybody except their dealers. You know, it's not one we ever anticipated. Can you imagine walking into a Ford dealer to buy a Ford part at the parts counter and they're like, sorry, you're not a dealer. I can't sell you any part for my own car. You know, we have that situation today with the manufacturer in this world, so we may have to actually mandate some requirement that that they actually sell parts to other people too, because again, it's in trying to make sure that we do not shoot ourselves in the foot and limit the willingness to adopt. I think we need to be thinking about people having the choice to have their vehicle repaired when they want to have it repaired. We may need to look at requiring some sort of subset of diagnostics on cars. In the gasoline and the powertrain conventional world, we had to do this to make sure that cars could be repaired. We had cars that were broken. We could find them in an I&M inspection program, but we couldn't. Technicians could not keep up with how complex the cars were getting to be able to repair them efficiently. That was where we kind of stepped in with the whole OBD program, the onboard diagnostics, and was trying to make sure that they could diagnose the emission-related parts efficiently and get those repaired. Maybe we need to do something, maybe the market will do this on its own, the industry will do it on its own. Maybe we'll have to step in and make sure that some subset of powertrain faults are diagnosed and can help lead a technician to the proper repair for. Especially things that might decrease efficiency of the vehicle, which would kind of increase the kilowatt per mile consumption rate, which leads to more upstream greenhouse gas emission and criteria pollutant emissions as well. And we may look at, requiring even some standardization for that. One of the things that was killing dealers and our repair techs and working on cars was trying to keep up with all this tooling, diagnostic tooling that manufacturers doing. I mean, there was a period of time where they had scan tools with multiple cartridges and multiple connectors and everything else, and changing every year. And so one thing that OBD did was standardize a connector and some interface communication protocols that maybe there's some aspects of that we can bring over to BEVs that would again keep a little bit of a lid on the price of future repair tooling. There's a lot of issues around, or perceived issues around the battery itself, right? People have experience with their cell phone, people have experience with their cordless tools. They don't have experience with their EV batteries yet. We've seen some iterations of this already, right? From the early EVs to where we are today. But we know we can't have a future where it's just this big looming cloud over people's head every time they buy a car or buy a used car about, am I going to be faced with a huge repair bill at some point very soon in the future, or very far in the future, or anything like that. You can imagine if on conventional vehicles today, engines were not serviceable. It was either if something went wrong, you had to replace the entire engine, right? That would lead to a lot more hesitation on buying a used car, knowing what you're getting yourself into. So one thing that we've seen several manufacturers do is trying to give some indication to the driver about the capacity of the battery or the state of health of the battery. We think this is probably could be a very helpful thing to do. So it seems likely that we would require some form of state of health indicator that the driver can access or a technician can access. I think this could play several ways, right? I talked earlier about maybe warranty. This could turn out to be a measure that we use as more of an objective measure for warranty of how much deterioration is allowed before you'll fix under warranty. Right? I think Nissan has already done this a little bit with their capacity bars, like in the image, and set a time frame of no degradation below, or any amount of degradation below X amount of bars in a certain amount of time is what they'll back up. We think this actually could be maybe even more important than warranty. It could be more important for used car transactions. I think we see some hint now that in used car transactions that everything is being assumed to be the worst case. Don't know how good the battery is, or what its capacity, or what its capability, or how much life it's got left in it. Just have to assume the worst. And I think second, the resale value takes a hit as a result. I think this could be very helpful for purchasers to better assess what's left in that life, what's the remaining life of that battery, and therefore what's the value of that car. Especially if you're shopping similar cars and you have very different capacity left in the battery. Obviously, I think we would set up a metric that is something that we could validate the accuracy of, right? It doesn't do any good if somebody comes up with their own way of doing this and then just fudges the numbers to pretend it always looks great or something like that. So we would try to set up something that we would be able to independently verify that they're accurately displaying or reporting it. And then I said that would be, again, one way of improving the transparency to the vehicle purchasers, to the vehicle owners, about maybe takes some of that fear out of where the state of their battery is. Along with that, people are obviously scared about what's going to happen. They don't know if they're going to need a whole new battery pack or when tomorrow, 2 years, 10 years. And it certainly affects their, it makes people hesitant to jump in. So we're trying to think of things that we can do that will help support an industry that I believe is developing for rebuilding batteries, repairing batteries, replacing batteries. This was actually, of all places, this photo is from a repair shop in Inglewood, California, which, if you don't know California, it's in the Los Angeles area. It is a very, very low income area. It is pretty close to LAX, the airport there. But here's a repair shop that has, created its own signs to put them up there as it's perceived some market is out there for sale. So we're trying to think, obviously, about this industry is going to develop. What kind of things could we do that would help reduce their cost, which turns around and reduces the cost to consumers? So in talking to a few rebuilders that are doing it more on a laboratory environment, a big part of the first thing they have to do is spend a lot of time bench testing a battery pack and charging and discharging cells to try to figure out where things have gone wrong. It seems pretty rare these days that the entire pack is equally degraded, or all cells are equally degraded, right? They usually find some portion of the pack has weaker cells or cells that have failed. So if the first part of what their action is to take this pack and spend days charging, discharging cells to try to figure out what's going on, maybe we need to be tracking that data on the car in the first place, so that if somebody does have a battery failure, that data is already available, and they can cut some time off the front end of trying to find and locate the performance of and assess the performance of all the cells. They can cut to the chase a little bit more about beginning the diagnostic and repair of the system. Could that help lead to cheaper and more effective battery repairs? We're also trying to look at, if there are things that we can require as some sort of best practices, perhaps for pack construction and battery management strategies that will allow for partial pack replacement. Right? We see several manufacturers already doing this, breaking their pack into distinct modules that can be individually replaced. And again, our thinking there is anything we can do that will provide some confidence to consumers that if something does go wrong, it's not this one big, huge bill to replace the entire pack. And all these kind of things we think will help ease hesitancy of people on what future repair bill they might be faced with or something like that. I know it sounds funny that we're thinking about, not just turn the knob to 10 and say, produce as many ZEVs as you can, but we're trying to think of all these things that if we really are gonna have 20, 30, 40, or 50% of the new cars being sold as BEVs, we think we need these things in place to support that kind of a thing. If we are talking those kind of numbers, we cannot just say, well, somebody will figure this out. We need to do better on repurposing, second life, recycling. We need to have something we think we need to have something better in place there to make sure it happens. This again, a lot of these things affect the used car value, the fear of what's going to happen at the end of the life, the stories of we're just going to have landfills full of dead batteries and all this kind of stuff, right? So there's been a lot of talk in this area. But is there something, and this may be one we can or can't play a role in, but are there best practices that we can require or somehow incentivize that would support the easier ability for the battery to be repurposed or moved into a second life, like in energy storage management systems or something like that, right? Is there something about the construction of the battery pack or the modules or something else that would support that and make it easier to transition? If so, that should add more value to the end of the battery pack. We have to make sure, even at the end of that point, we can do the best recycling job we can on those things, right? So we're talking to different folks on recycling and what to do, to see if there are things that we can require in terms of how the batteries are built, or even down to just labeling of what's in there to improve recycling. We need to do something that's going to have a higher confidence that we can do that. Again, this is, in thinking towards big numbers of ZEVs, we don't think these are things that we can just write off and let go by. We think we need to make sure we have steps in the right direction to support these things. In charging and infrastructure, we are spending a lot of money. The utilities are spending a lot of money to deploy charging. I think we see the same thing: home charging, followed by some workplace charging, followed by DC fast charging in travel corridors is key. But we also think that as we move these cars from first owners that Mike's presentation said are clearly mostly single family homes, but if we move these into second and third owners that are living in multifamily dwellings and stuff like that, they may be more reliant on DC fast chargers as their primary source of charging. That happens in Japan a fair amount. So believe it or not, we don't have a standardized DC fast charge connector on cars today. That might be something that just is fairly simple to do and just takes one more uncertainty out of the equation about, oh, there's a DC fast charging. Is it the right kind for my car? Just, your car and that station will be compatible no matter what. We're also, we recently did a requirement out here in California. Believe it or not, much of the charging systems, you had to have membership with that special association and a billing set up with that third association. It reminds me way back in the day of the old gas stations where if you wanted to go to the Unical station, you had to have a Unical credit card, and then you wanted to go Shell, you had a Shell credit card, and you had to, and we just got a rule in place to try to move them to accepting credit cards, which seems silly in this day and age that you can go to a farmer's market or some fair and the guy will pull out his iPad or his iPhone and a little reader and swipe your credit card, but you couldn't go up to in the ground charging facility and swipe your credit card and pay for charging. But that's one step we've taken, but we're looking at, some of the other things like ISO 15118, right, which is kind of a communication protocol spec between car and infrastructure that is pretty powerful. I think we're seeing it in Europe a fair amount, but maybe it's something we need to require over here as well, because it could, enable things like a more automated pay system for consumers, so they can, the pay is more like a kind of an Apple Pay or a tap to pay kind of thing. But it also sets the stage for a lot of vehicle to grid type interactions that, again, people are talking about, but it's hard to think too much about it when you have 1 or 2% of your new car sales. But if we start to have 20 or 30 or 40% and a big fleet turnover, the vehicle to grid might be really important. And we can't wait until we have that many cars on the road and then try to put this stuff in place. We're trying to figure out what are these things we can put in place now that will enable, I said, wide scale adoption faster. Lastly, there's, I'll just mention that we know it's not something that CARB alone can solve. And we know it's not something that us imposing restrictions, regulations on car manufacturers alone can solve. To get to California's deep reductions that are needed, to get to our climate change reduction goals, this goes way beyond what any technology we can put on a car. We have been pretty powerful in California to be able to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this stuff, right? Even on ZEVs today, we have rebates, we have HOV lane access, we have, in some areas there's preferred or closer parking. A lot of areas we have free charging or parking garages that have free charging. We have utilities are supporting home charging rebates. We have thrown everything at this thing. But we know to get to a wide scale uptake like people are thinking about, that we know we would need to meet our goals, it's well beyond us. We need all kinds of support from other stuff. We also know that we're still going to have gasoline cars on the road. We're still going to be selling gasoline cars, a substantial number of gasoline cars, and they're still going to be on the road. So we are continuing research and working on looking at lower carbon fuels that would be able to drop in and work for those vehicles. And we know, it's not just us. We've got to collaborate with other agencies to develop policies that influence vehicle purchase and usage, right? Everything from urban planning, mass transit, Uber and Lyft ride sharing companies, and bikes and scooters, all these kind of things, because in the end, we're not going to be able to sustain what we've done in the past, which is VMT, the vehicle miles traveled, continues to rise. New car purchases continue to rise. The number of vehicles in the state continues to rise. All those things you can't just solve it by making everything electric. We're going to have to figure out, to get to carbon neutrality by 2045 is a monster. It is mind-bending what it would take to get there. And it is going to have to deviate probably from our policies in the past, which have just been, don't try to change consumer behavior, just make what they do cleaner and better. That is only going to get us so far. It's gotten us everywhere we've gotten so far, but eventually this is going to take a much bigger shift in all kinds of things to get there. So I just point that out to make sure to realize that we're not just trying to put this all on the backs of vehicle manufacturers and adopting requirements there. We will certainly make it plenty hard for them and add plenty of requirements for them, but we know that it's going to take all kinds of other things to help out as well. So with that, maybe we can give you some time for some questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. You can stop your screen sharing. There we go. One of the questions that came up is, have you started any engagement with the OEMs on the issues that you were talking about? And of course, what advance notice would they receive to comply?
So we're kind of in the beginning stages of developing this next set of regulations. So it's kind of first thing we do is that kind of an information gathering. So we are just starting to talk to kind of manufacturers now a little bit on this. So we've had a couple public presentations, but we're just kind of digging into it, and we have a lot of ideas on the table right now, and then some are going to fall off, right? But so we're pretty early in that process. We will likely have a workshop later this year to start introducing some of these topics with a little more meat on the bones about how we might do it. And the idea would be to go into a rulemaking by, something like the end of next year, that would adopt requirements for post 2025. So that gets to your lead time sort of question too, right? This would be sort of something we'd probably be looking at adopting in the end of 2021 calendar year, take effect for 26 and later model years.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like you're based on the percentage of vehicles, you're way ahead of the game here. Which, like you said, that it was something we talked about yesterday, was the development of the used vehicle market. And well, how do you repurpose the batteries? How do you do the odometer test, right, on the battery? I'm really glad you brought it up, because you really hit a lot of points that we were talking about yesterday in terms of how do you deal with these issues.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we're going to be able to solve them all or with the first swipe get them right, but we think they all need to be on the table and be worked on, and not wait until we have much higher ZEV sales before we try to do it, because then you're left with legacy vehicles that don't have this capability and or have soured first buyers on a second buy.
It only took the auto industry 100 years to get to where we are today. So no, I'm kidding, because they really, but all these issues that you're talking about were things that over decades, the manufacturers and government and dealers all had to deal with, the development of the secondhand market. This is something that probably was, within 10 years after the establishment of the first vehicles, that they had to start dealing with these issues. They had to deal with repair issues and things like that. I don't know the history of it. There's some, I'm sure there is some history about that. Might be very similar to what you're talking about one of your manufacturers now, that early on it may have been only Ford dealers could work on Fords, and or you could not. Though if I remember correctly, it was similar to like the Volkswagen in the 60s, because they actually encouraged you to work on your own vehicles because they were simpler. That's not the case anymore. Here's another one for you. Is standardized DC fast charger realistic, given that there are now 3 established norms? This will require OEMs to change or duplicate.
Yeah, so I mean, we did this to some extent with level 2 charging for a vehicle to be eligible. And people are like, wait, that doesn't make sense, because Tesla, well, one way we could do this is you could mandate every car has the exact same connector. You could also mandate that every car as purchased can support a certain connector, right? So one way Tesla has done some stuff in the past is provided an adapter when you buy their car that supports it, right? So is it realistic? I think it is. For the DC fast charging, we have Tesla with their unique thing. Nissan has already announced on their Ariya they're moving to the CCS connector, right? So there's movement there, to make everybody support CCS, for instance. Those that don't want to, they might have to provide an adapter cord in the vehicle, right? It's not the end of the world, but it would just take a little bit of pressure off, I think, for somebody trying to mate their car to the station they're going to go to.
Mike DeVorny, have you guys have your people been talking about the different kinds of connectors and chargers?
You know, so we have, as it relates to research with owners, obviously when we talk about people who haven't bought yet, that gets a little bit more into detail than,
Yeah,
you know, we
yeah.
have. But we do a lot of research around, you know, with owners as well. And yeah, it is an issue. And I did want to say, Mike, just to reinforce, you know, what you had talked about with warranty, it's to me astounding sometimes how we can see in the news Tesla talking about a 1,000,000-mile warranty, or not a warranty, a 1,000,000-mile battery. And you know, a lot of these promises potentially of longevity of EVs, and yet from a manufacturer standing behind the vehicle standpoint, very little is getting done. So in a lot of ways, from a consumer standpoint, it feels like I'm hearing all these things, but no one's putting their money where their mouth is. And so I'm not dumb. I'm not going to trust that there's truth there. That, you know, if somebody really believed in their batteries or the longevity of some of the components, they could really make a splash with people by, you know, again, we talk about what are those things that, if you can reframe the discussion so it's not just how is an EV, you know, a little bit less diminished from an internal combustion engine vehicle, but it's some way where it completely extends beyond. And warranty would be a neat one. If you said, oh, it's got the longest warranty of any vehicle I can buy right now, that would get people's attention in a big way.
Yeah, yeah. Mike McCarthy, on the, have you guys done work on the repurpose versus the recycle trade-off for the batteries?
So we do have a working group on recycling. So CARB is part of a California EPA. So we have other agencies in there. There is a Cal Recycle. That's a specific arm of California that works in recycling areas, stuff like that. We do have a working group with several different entities involved looking at recyclable stuff, recycle stuff and requirements there. So we've made a little bit of headway there on what we could do. We have not really peeled back anything yet on what would a requirement, what would help sort of repurpose or secondary market. We've had a couple manufacturers, you know, they'll make a pitch about, oh yeah, and we've designed it this way so that it can readily be taken out and plopped into an energy storage system,
yeah,
or something like that. But you know, that right. Just talk at that point. We haven't really dug into any of that, or what does it really mean? What would it take to make any of that simpler? Right. We're not going to make every battery the exact same size and shape. Right.
Yeah.
I don't think we're ready for that.
It's one of those examples, though, of how EVs are different from internal combustion engines, because no one ever talked about taking the engine out of a vehicle and reusing it for something else.
Right. You know, yeah. I mean, if anything, you know, does this essentially result in a higher core charge that you get back to your battery when you have to get something replaced, or you know,
right? I
mean, sure would be nice. You know, eventually the vehicle is going to end up in a junkyard of some sort, right? We know that's how. You know, and if the battery doesn't have to go there because it now can be used as helping strengthen the grid for renewable powers that surge at certain times.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Now, in terms of it, and I heard your point about you're going to have to do other things. It's not just autos. It's not just emissions from autos. And as you showed from your other sectors analysis, the other sectors are much higher than the other sectors are much higher than autos. Have you guys looked into research on carbon capture and direct air capture methods?
I'm sure there is somebody. It's not my wheelhouse, but I'm sure there is somebody that is watching carbon capture and sequestration and those kind of things.
Yeah.
I'm just not even in that field to be able to speak there. But yes, we have people in every aspect. I mean, you know, it's easy to talk about things like our grid. In California, we have grid requirements that require an increasing fraction of their grid to be renewables.
Yeah.
And we're talking 20, 30, 40%. And you know, I think the 40% target is a few years away, and they're on track to meet that.
Yeah.
The heavy duty sector, we have a rulemaking in next month that the proposal's out on the street to reduce NOx from heavy duty tremendously. So, I mean, we are not leaving any stone unturned.
Mhm. Yeah.
And, you know, it's just,
And you have, you have to do that. You can't.
there are things that are outside our purview. You know, some rail, some airline, some ocean going vessels that we just don't have any authority over.
Yeah.
You know, so there are certain sectors we can't touch. But we still have, of the sectors we can touch, plenty of reductions that are needed.
Yeah, it's just not autos though. It's not just only autos. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all we got for you today. Thank you very much, Mike. Um, Tom Miller, you're next up. Tom's the general manager for emerging regulations and technology research at Eisen Technical Center of America, specializing in propulsion and safety systems. In this role, Tom is responsible to set up and build a regulations and technical research department to identify, analyze, and monitor critical legislative issues that may affect Eisen business, focusing on NCAP, safety, cybersecurity, fuel economy, greenhouse gas, electrification, and automated driving. That's all you have to do, right? That sounds like a mouthful there, Tom. Tom is also responsible for external affairs, including identifying and collaboration with academia and third-party groups in advance to advance Eisen technology. Tom, welcome. Oh, can't hear you.
Is that better? I'm muted by the host.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. I should have asked you earlier, Bruce. I apologize, but I'm using dual screen, so I'm not sure which one you're seeing.
Oh, okay. I'll let you know.
Oh, I guess it gives me a choice. All right. Let's see. Let's do this one and share. Do you see a YouTube video?
Yes.
Okay. Good. So now I want to
have YouTube inside of YouTube.
How's that?
We're live streaming this, so I got YouTube inside of YouTube.
Is that better?
We're good.
Okay, so you see the Eisen page with the Eisen truck?
With the race car
Okay.
truck and your name.
All right, well, first of all, thank you for the introduction. Yes, it is a mouthful. Fortunately, regulations move slowly, I guess, for our group. So, you know, we're really trying to, a lot of times, pull information because it doesn't tend to come that quickly. But nevertheless, you know, we do have to try to track all that stuff. And mostly we look at North America. We have groups that handle the global stuff as well. But I get to go last, which is great because I've been able to see all the presentations from various perspectives, which are all very interesting. And in reality, I think we're all presenting the same or very similar data, but looking at it from different perspectives. Each of us have our own opinion on electrification, and that tends to influence our outlook on this technology. I'm glad that I get to go last after Mike from CARB. We talk with Mike and his group pretty regularly because we know that EV growth really depends on regulations. So today I want to give you maybe even another perspective on this data that we've seen. Perspective from a conservative, very large tier 1 supplier whose success and failure really depends on trying to accurately predict when OEMs in the market will begin to demand electrified products. If we're too aggressive, we may overinvest and have no market to sell our products. On the other hand, if we're too conservative, we may miss the opportunity and may risk falling behind. And that's, you know, really kind of the difficult situation that we're in as a supplier, kind of the tail of the dog. So first of all, let me quickly introduce you to the Eisen Group in case you haven't heard of us. And I apologize for this because I do hate when I go to conferences and then it ends up being somewhat of a sales pitch. But I think by quickly explaining what Eisen does, it may help you understand a little bit more of our perspective on things I'm going to present. So quickly, Eisen is the large global tier 1 automotive supplier. We're falling in at the number 6 spot this year of the largest in the world with about 35 billion in sales. A question that I'm often asked is how do you pronounce it? And it's pronounced Aishin. Name was created in 1965 as a merger between Aishi Koyo and Shinkawa Koyo, creating the name Aishin. So just a little trivia there for you. Aishin Group is actually made up of 16 group companies, so we are very large. Some of these you may have heard of, like Aishin Seiki, that designs and develops our engine components. Aishin AW designs and develops our transmissions, and Advix designs our braking systems. While others like Amura, Cherokee, and FTTA probably aren't that familiar to you. One of those groups companies that I'd like to point out is FTTA, Fowlerville Proving Grounds. It's a 950-acre public proving ground, fully owned by Aishin Group. It's located in Fowlerville, Michigan, which is halfway between Detroit and Lansing. It's a year-round facility, fully staffed with engineers, technicians. It has a 3-mile oval track, 20-acre dynamic skid pad, as well as multiple low-mu driving services, including off-road capability for testing purposes, and several EV charging locations around the facility for EV testing. Also, December 2018, we opened a new ADAS test facility, which allows for testing of automated vehicles in various settings. So that's my commercial on FTTA. So back to what we do. Aishin provides automotive products in 5 main segments: drivetrain, brake chassis, body, engine, and information technology. So Aishin is probably best known for our drivetrain products. I've been told that we are the #1 automatic transmission supplier in the world. So by volume, we provide the most transmissions. So as we talk about going electrified, obviously it's very interesting for us because at some point the transmission will go away. So we do have to be ready for that and make sure that we're really kind of keeping track of when that tipping point might be. Like I said, we're probably best known for our drivetrain products. We're offer lineup of transmission really unparalleled in the industry for vehicles ranging from compact and standard passenger cars to light and medium duty trucks, buses, commercial vehicles, including hybrid propulsion systems, and things like electric rear axles. You may have heard the Prius came out a year or so ago with an all-wheel drive option, which has electric rear axle, which is an Aishin design and developed product. And we are seeing more demand or more requests for those type of products. Brake and chassis products, we do high performance products, including active rear steering and regenerative braking to support automated, or not automated, but electric vehicles, as well as active suspensions. Body is more mechanical systems, power sunroofs, open power lifts, things like that. Engine products, we have a range of functional cast parts for engine related to contribute to say vehicle lightweighting and improve fuel efficiency. Some of the parts that we're seeing now a higher demand for includes electric variable valve timings, electric water pumps, and electric oil pumps. And then finally, we have leveraged cutting edge technology such as in-car navigation systems, parking assist, and driver monitoring, and various IT products. All right, again, just in our size, North America, we're 5.2 billion in sales. And it's broken down like this. Over half of that is in engine and drivetrain products, followed by about 20% in brakes and chassis. So highly vested in the powertrain propulsion category. And again, we're kind of tasked to see when this electrification, at least in North America, will happen. So I spent a lot of time on this slide here. But today, like Bruce asked me to present, like everybody, about the tipping point. But he wanted it from like a supplier's perspective. And we've heard from Toyota and a few consultants, but as a supplier, what does that mean for us? Let's just explain, Aishin's a large global supplier building powertrain components. But we have to ensure that the market is demanding these and that it has the customer need. So in a sense today, I kind of want to look at some of these forecasts and maybe say that it's going to be a little bit later. We might have to throw some cold water on some of these charts and discussions we had. So over the last 2 days, I think we can agree that it's difficult and there's a lot of speculation as to when we think this will be. I think we can agree that electrification will be a tipping point over ICEs. That's $1 million question. But first, we have to define what we mean when we say an EV. So ultimately, the term electrification is a bit ambiguous. Is stop-start considered electrification? What about 48 volts? Or does it have to be plug-in hybrid or full hybrid to qualify? If you talk to CARB, that's when you get to zero emissions. And that's really, in a sense, the true meaning, I think, of electrification. But the last 2 days, we've heard predictions on electrification tipping points that included mild hybrids. For me, like I said, electrification is primarily plug-in and battery. But for argument's sake, you can throw in fuel cell, and I'll even throw in full hybrid. And I'll still say that that tipping point is after 2035, before those groups collectively result in more than 50% of the total vehicle sales. The supplier definition of EV, at least at Aisin, is really not 48 volt and mild hybrid. We look at these as evolving ICE technologies that help lead us towards electrification or full EV. These technologies help support the improvement of ICE fuel economy and greenhouse gas reduction, but aren't really in the category of incentives and true zero emission vehicles. We've also heard a lot about price parity when electric vehicles will be the same cost as their equivalent ICE. But I want to question, is price parity really the metric that we want to try and judge for the tipping point? Even total cost of ownership, we know that we don't always make logical decisions on purchases, and automotive purchases are mostly emotional, not economical. Otherwise, who says it makes sense to buy any vehicle topping $70,000 or even $50,000? It doesn't. I mean, those are really emotional purchases. Even if battery costs come down and price parity is achieved, we still have hurdles of charging time, infrastructure, and overall compromises that still exist with EVs. So I think we can agree that no one really knows when the tipping point for electrification will be. We can safely say that it isn't if it will happen, but it is when it will happen. So at Aisin, we try to read the tea leaves and use data to try to help us better understand when that tipping point might be, which is difficult for suppliers to anticipate the exact direction of OEMs because there are so many variables. As suppliers, we try to accurately as possible plan so that we can begin to invest and develop products to support this forecasted growth. But what if you get it wrong? So what if you overinvest in technology and the market isn't ready for it? Or what if we wait to see what happens and get left behind? So I guess today my presentation will kind of begin to take you on a little trip through my mind as we begin to process all this electrification hype. So unfortunately, the conference isn't interactive. I'm not in front of you, so I really can't get a good show of hands on this question. What is considered an EV? As I mentioned, I think battery, electric, plug-in, of course, those are zero emission vehicles. Some might even argue that plug-ins with the ICE attached to it isn't, but I think you could say if you had a plug-in and you need to drive it into a city center that banned an ICE, you could make it there and back as such. So battery power, battery electric, plug-in electric, of course, we'll consider those. Full hybrid, well, some say even full hybrids aren't truly electric because they rely on fossil fuels and they're a crutch to get to zero emissions. But I'll include them because I think this technology is still mostly electrified. But what about mild hybrids? What about 48 volt systems? What about stop start? Electrified components like water pumps, oil pumps, turbos, etc. Are these really EVs or just electrified technology to help ICs meet fuel economy greenhouse gas? So unfortunately, I can't really gauge your response. So I'll continue on my path of thinking that battery electric, plug-in electric, fuel cell, and full hybrids we'll consider as EVs to look for this tipping point, but not mild hybrids. Yesterday, Boston Consulting Group predicted that the tipping point to be about 2030, and this is when pure ICEs are only 48% of the market. But as I look at this data, I see that it includes mild hybrids at 20% of the market in 2030. 20%. So that definition of electrification is up to interpretation. Because while mild hybrids are electrified by some use of components, their true value in the electrification landscape is suspect. I think it's fair to say that they are made for compliance of boosting ICE fuel economy fleet averages. And we're seeing that now. I just bought a Ram 1500 and I had an option for the V6, or I think even the V8 had a 48 volt system in it. But honestly, the fuel economy was only a couple points more than what the ICE was. So we're seeing those technologies proliferate more into the market, but what is really the true value towards electrification and greenhouse gas reductions? They do say that battery-powered electric vehicles and plug-in hybrids will seize almost a quarter of the market by 2030. So 25% of the market, is that really the tipping point? Even adding in full hybrids, it only reaches 31% of the total market. So it's still really not what I would call the tipping point. And that really matches what Ward's Automotive was saying. I think very recently, Ward's released a good report called the 2020 Electrification Strategy Report. This is a chart from that report, and it looks at the production of global BEVs and PHEVs out to 2030. And while its prediction overall of 20 million vehicles sounds reasonable, I want to focus on North American market number of 2.3 million BEVs and plug-ins by 2030. That's 13.5% of about a $17 million market. And while this is a large number, is 14%, again, really the tipping point. So along with emissions and fuel economy regulations, key market drivers will continue to be battery and battery cost and technology, charging infrastructure, various model variabilities, government financial support, purchase subsidies. Is it really a driving factor? I mean, they predict that Europe overall will sell more BEVs than China in 2030, but China will remain the single biggest market for those vehicles. And North America will trail both China and Europe by a considerable margin as a result of the lack of policy push in the US. And I think we can agree on that from what we've been seeing recently. But there are several factors that are driving the acceleration rate of battery electric and plug-in hybrid uptake. You know, one, of course, is government incentives, which play an important role in lowering the total cost of ownership for consumers. We've heard a lot about this. Another is tightening regulations on tailpipe emissions in a number of markets, which force OEMs to produce more EVs to meet the targets. Excuse me. A third is falling battery prices and extended driving ranges that these batteries allow, which contribute to the rising consumer satisfaction with EVs. And we'll come back to this, but a lot of people have already been talking about this as well. But I want to ask you, is that everything? Is that all that really drives the decision to buy or not buy an EV over an ICE? So the Ward survey asked respondents what EV technology will dominate in 2025 and 2030. The left chart shows 2025, the right side shows 2030. I'm not exactly sure what dominate means in this instance, so I'll assume out of 20 million electrified vehicles, what is the percentage they feel this technology will be. And I want to just focus on what the OEMs replied, since again, as a supplier, that's really all we care about. And they're the ones making the development plans that we have to follow. So in order, I'll help you read it because I don't know how easy it is for you to read, but in order for 2025, it was plug-in hybrid, 48 volt, and then battery electric will lead the way in 2025. That's in 5 years from now, which really is 4 years from now, because we're already locked into those projects and developing products for them. That makes sense. We know that the future electrification strategy has issues, and we're currently working on developing those products. So I think there's no way to come to a tipping point by 2025. I think we can all agree on this. You look at 2030, that chart flips to battery electrics leading the way, 48-volt fuel cell vehicles, hybrids dropping to fourth, and then plug-in hybrids. So BEV leading the pack seems to be a little bold unless we get to that $100 per kilowatt battery cost, among other hurdles. Otherwise, the price goes up, they need government incentives, or they have to sell luxury BEVs where they can better hide their margins. And we're seeing some of that now, obviously with Tesla, Porsche, and Rivian. But that doesn't even take into account the charging infrastructure, charging time, range, a lot of things that were mentioned previously in other discussions. But what's interesting is 48 volts staying so high in 2030, which I think, as I mentioned earlier, we agree is not really an EV. And then the full hybrid number dropping down as we see Toyota actively launching hybrid Sienna as the only available option you can get for the next Sienna. And RAV4 hybrid sales outpaced the ICE sales for the first time. And we also have rumors about hybrid F-150 to come. So again, as a supplier, we start to question then, all right, how accurate really are these surveys? So we know that there are several factors that are driving the accelerated rate of BEVs and PHEVs uptake. We'll look at some of those. So let's look at those for a minute. The government regulations and incentives, which really means I will force you to make something the market isn't demanding, and I will pay you to buy something that you normally don't want, right? I mean, I think it's probably, I can't gauge your reaction, but I think it's fair to say why the incentives are needed. And then of course, falling battery prices. So let's first look at battery pack costs, because we as an industry have more control, or at least we can hopefully predict better the rate at which the battery packs might be reduced versus trying to predict what government policies are going to be. And just want to remember that we will have 3 presidential elections before 2030. So that could greatly change, good or bad, the direction of where things may go. So for a while, we talked about the magical battery cost target of 100 kilowatts per hour to be profitable. This Ward survey concluded that that number is not likely to be reached until after 2025. I think we can all agree that that probably is close to 2030. But does anyone really think that we're close to getting to 100 kilowatt hours in the next 4 years? So that's probably a stretch. We're still deciding on the best battery technology. We're developing ways to reduce battery density, whether it's lithium ion, solid state, et cetera. So the Ward survey says that the battery pack cost needs to drop from $12,000 to $8,000 to achieve 15% of global light vehicle sales. So to get a battery pack less than $8,000, we need to achieve 33% reduction in cost in 10 years. So simply put, very simply, that's reducing the battery pack by $400 every year for 10 years. It's possible? Maybe it's possible. But we also heard yesterday that predictions were that the battery markup right now is 25%. So it seems to me that it's going to be a little bit of a stretch to try to get there. Ward's forecasted that the next generation batteries won't be available for another 15 years from now. I think we heard others yesterday echo that. So again, that is probably true. So then you have to ask, what's the rush? Why are we pushing EV technology if the consumer isn't demanding it? We know it's really the environmental issues that fuel the push for EVs. And there are several hurdles that limit the consumer's decision to purchase an EV. We've heard some of those. But when we ask, other than range, what is the biggest factor limiting EV sales today? Infrastructure and cost lead the way. And most surveys that we heard, and we've heard the last couple of days. But there are several other hurdles that I feel have been the elephant in the room that few want to talk about. Some of these listed here, and we've talked about them, but charging time, charging location, range consistency based on weather, topography, etc. Lack of vehicles offered. This was mentioned. Currently, there's really no large SUVs or pickup trucks available. I know they're coming from Rivian, but they're not here yet. High cost of those vehicles that are coming and the technology to make them. Lack of battery manufacturing capacity. I've heard some reports saying that we don't have enough battery manufacturers to meet the demand if we were to hit that so-called tipping point. We have issues with raw materials, cobalt, lithium, nickel in the regions that they're mined, especially in the Congo. Battery technology still evolving, as I mentioned, density, high costs. Grid power consistencies, brownouts, and outages. I don't know about you, but with these 90-degree heat wave we've been having here, I have some lights flickering and sounds like AC struggling to keep up with the request. I actually measured my voltage the other day, and I was getting ranging from, we'll say 110, 114 at my outlets. So now you talk about you start charging your electric vehicle. It's going to affect how it charges and how fast it charges. And the effects of rapidly charging the battery frequently. Someone said we talk about these fast charging, get the charging time down to 15 minutes or 5 minutes, but that will have an effect on the batteries if you rapidly charge them that quickly. So I think we must look at all these hurdles and plan how we will attack them. So I want to look at a couple of them. If you look globally, I think we can all agree that electrification will be mandated by governments at some point. This will help push the EV market. But in the US, it's a totally different model. What will it take for EVs to catch on in the US? As I mentioned, we have presidential elections coming, and that could drastically change policy. However, in the US, we have a totally different archetype that shapes who we are and differentiates our market from the rest of the world. We're fortunate enough to have vast open spaces in the US, and that kind of defines who we are. We are the just-in-case society. We like to have big houses, big SUVs, just in case we need them. We collect and store things just in case we might need them later. We love the road trip and often take long journeys to vacation homes and destinations. And most of all, I think, we love the wind in our hair, freedom of exploration. It defines us as Americans, the open land and the distances we can cover, which is very unique to our demographics. So why would we compromise on a vehicle that can't do whatever we want just in case we want to do it? Right now, battery electric vehicles just aren't there, and hybridization is just starting to become more popular with the public, and more vehicles are available, and we try to shed the Prius image. So I don't want to state the obvious, but I think we're overlooking some big hurdles that we as automotive community ignore, and that will continue to slow the pace of electrification, especially in the US. Here's an example that I want to look at. It's a battery electric vehicle trip that was made by SE last year. This trip might be a typical family type of a road trip that we would do in the US. SAE drove a 2019 Jaguar I-Pace from Pittsburgh to Detroit and back. It was 636 miles. It cost $152.57 in charging costs. That's something that nobody's talked about. I mean, the charging costs are not just the cost for that electrification, but there's delivery costs, and the people providing the charging stations need to make a profit. But on top of that, it took them 4 hours and 20 minutes just in charging time for that trip. And this was in the fall, or the report was from November of 2019. So we're talking, 9 months ago. To make that trip in IC, it's under $73 at a conservative 20 miles per gallon and $2.29 per gallon, and about 30 minutes for fueling. So let that sink in for a little bit. I mean, almost 4.5 hours of charging time and double the cost of an IC to make that trip, which might be a typical family excursion. With this comparison, any discussion on BEVs taking over ICE soon should just end. I mean, unless we all agree that a BEV right now is a second car or a commuter vehicle. I mean, sure, charging times are going to improve, infrastructure will grow, and charging costs will go down, but not by 2030. I mean, that's 10 years away. Even if charge costs go down, the cost of publicly charge is double what it would have cost to make that trip in ICE. And time is the only thing that we cannot purchase or get more of, and it's one of our most precious assets. So that 4.5 hours is precious time. So still not convinced. Let's look at charging infrastructure. Many advocates say that people will more than likely charge in their homes. However, 25% of the people with 2-car garages can't park in them, and remote charging location is still not possible. So I just got back from driving to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan with my family of those 4 of us. It was 874 miles round trip. This is the most recent charging map, which does include Tesla charging spots as well. But if you look, that trip is impossible to make in an EV without longer travel times and detailed planning for charging stops. So that spontaneity of the open road is gone. Everything now has to be accurately planned before you travel in EV. If you don't find charging, you may run into this, which happened Thanksgiving last fall. Let me see if I can play this video. Can you see the video?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, hang on 1 second. Gotta find my cursor. There we go. So just real quickly. This was the line waiting to charge at this location for Tesla vehicles on Thanksgiving weekend. I'm getting some buffering, but I think you get the idea. So who wants to wait in that line? Let's stop that.
Well, the good news is that's at the Madonna Inn that has really, really, really good pies.
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Actually, where is that located? Because I was just
That's the Madonna Inn. That's the Madonna Inn in San Luis Obispo. So it's the central coast of California. So if you're doing up and down PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway, that's kind of like halfway between Northern and Southern California.
Okay, so it is California. I wasn't sure where it was, but I saw the video. But it was it's really kind of just to make the point that, right now, 2020, we still have concerns with charging infrastructure. And to try to get there anytime soon, it's going to be difficult because I haven't seen a plan on that. We need to do things like listed in the bottom here. We need sufficient number of reliable chargers at hotels so travelers can easily plan for overnight charging. We need chargers at apartments and condos so tenants and their guests have a reliable place to charge. Chargers at workplace, businesses, churches, shopping malls, so daytime chargers easy overnight. And then also need the DC fast chargers along major highways and corridors to support, the regional, interstate, and the transcontinental travel. So, even regardless of the time, the infrastructure, we all agree, needs to be improved. Can we do that in 10 years? Maybe, but I'll say doubtful. So again, what's the rush? Gas prices are historically low. Oil dependency has been greatly reduced. We do have environmental concerns, but unless we have regulations forcing high mile per gallon and greenhouse gas mandates, the business case for electrification right now is challenging. But perhaps the real reason for the electrification push is that Tesla stock hit almost $1,400 on July 8th. Last year was $230. And today, Ford is roughly at $6. So let's be honest, all OEMs want a piece of that magic. And Wall Street's pressuring them to produce. So they talk big on EVs and hope to elevate some of that hype. Also by trying to meet global regulations and test the market with their products. But we know EVs are hard to sell without incentives. We talked about that already. Why do we have to subsidize technology if it's superior to what it's replacing? So World Automotive survey said that 71% of OEMs said subsidies are critical to somewhat critical to sustain BEV growth over the next 5 years. Think about that for a minute. OEMs cannot sustain their BEV growth plan unless government helps make them more attractive to purchase. So can Tesla survive without subsidies? I think we can agree that they can because they build an aspirational brand. People aspire to own Teslas for the image, technology, and performance. Is Tesla profitable? Maybe not, but their stock price is unfathomable right now. But why do OEMs need incentives if EVs products are the way of the future? If there's no national demand for a product, how do you sustain it long term? Why are we trying to make this when we should be making these? So Tesla has become somewhat of an aspirational vehicle. You'll hear kids say, man, I want to buy a Tesla someday. Teslas are the Ferraris and Lamborghini supercars that we used to dream of and have posters on our walls. They're fast, they have fun Easter eggs hidden in their software, and they push the boundaries. So why aren't we trying to capture some of that? Rivian RT1 starts out at about $69,000 when it comes out, what they're taking orders for. And the R1S is at $72,500. I think you'll see people pointing these vehicles out as well, saying that, hey, there's that new Rivian truck, I want one. They won't be mass market, and they will be a very unique brand that not everyone will have, or frankly, can afford to have. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. We know that the $30,000 BEV is not profitable right now. So why not make all luxury brands the electrified brand and allow the high cost of the technology to trickle down over the years? But will those same kids still get excited about a $70,000 plus electric F-150 or the Mach-E Mustang? Maybe they will. Or do OEMs need to create all new brands to capture that kind of magic? I don't have the answer. Let's look at more facts. These are all very recent headlines. It wasn't a banner year for electric vehicles in 2019. After a 6-year run near exponential growth worldwide, sales of plug-in vehicles have stagnated. EVs averaged an incredible 60% year-over-year increase from 2012 to 2018. I think this was mentioned yesterday as well. Pretty much any other segment in the auto business would have gladly welcomed that 2019 5% increase in new plug-in hybrids and battery electric registrations. But the predictions that foresee electrification tipping over by 2030 or even 2040 have all been predicated on sales maintaining that phenomenal growth every year, year after year. So on a worldwide basis, EV sales seem to have leveled off. According to Automotive World, 2.3 million BEVs and plug-ins were registered last year. That's roughly 2.5% of the 90 million plus vehicles sold last year. For the record, a constant 5% annual sales increase would see the EV market shares reach about 4% of the worldwide light vehicle market by 2030, and just under 7% by 2040. Again, not exactly the worldwide dominance that has until now been already assumed accomplished, and these facts are rarely mentioned. As for the smokescreen in the never-ending why aren't EVs more popular debate, everyone says there's a lack of charging infrastructure to support the electric vehicle owner. Well, certainly we've discussed that quite a bit the last couple of days. And in America, our spotty chain of charging stations, as I mentioned, is a roadblock to widespread adoption. But China has 500,000 charging points, and that's more than enough to support its 4 million or so EVs, but sales still declined once the incentives went away. The fact is that subsidies trump infrastructure. Nothing illustrates the dominance of incentives in the purchase decision more than Norway's incredible success in promoting electric vehicles in 2019. EVs accounted for a whopping 56% of the new vehicles sold in the country. Plug-in proponents like to ascribe this popularity to a comprehensive charging network, and particularly the Norwegian concern for the environment. But what's really fueling the revolution is the most generous incentives in the world. Norway has various tax, sales, road, and fuel that have long been burdensome, so much so that according to Green Car Reports, taxes amounting 63%. That means that $13,500 are added on to the cost of a $21,500 Volkswagen Golf. So e-Golf, meanwhile, is completely tax exempt. we do the math, the plug-in version of the German compact is roughly $4,500 cheaper than the ICE version. So it's $35,000 for the regular ICE Golf, and it's $30,500 for the electric version. And with the Tesla Model 3 barely more expensive than the gas-powered Golf, the question we should really be asking is not why electrified vehicles are so popular in Norway, but rather why would anyone bother to buy an ICE car when the government's giving EVs away? That price advantage is a complete reversal of reality, where despite supporters claiming EVs are about to be cost equivalent, the gap in pricing favoring ICEs is still substantial, as Toyota outlined yesterday. For instance, a Kia Soul EV retails in Canada for $42,600, while the ICE version costs $21,200. So even with the most generous subsidies, the price premium is still substantial. So why is the industry pushing for technology that the market isn't pulling for? The industry has been looking to China as EV leader, but there are some strong signs that unless mandated, EVs aren't selling even in China. April 2020 was the first month in which Chinese EV sales declined while overall vehicle market grew. The Chinese ICE vehicles rose 6% last year, but EVs were down 27% as incentives vanished. However, the sales of Japanese brand hybrids have risen about 30% last year in China to more than 220,000, making the vehicle one of the fastest growing market segments. So Aisin is developing EV technology as well as CASE, but we're closely monitoring these markets and planning for a more organic growth. So continue to look at some more data. The latest EPA trends report shows that ICE engine technology still dominates the market today, with only 3% EV, PHEV, and fuel cell, and 5% hybrid. In 10 years, 2030, will this chart really flip towards electrification? Maybe, with strong regulations mandating them, but otherwise the market demand just isn't there, especially in the US. Domination by 2030, very doubtful. But electrification technology will grow. So don't get me wrong, I'm not here to bash electrification, but to dominate the market by 2030 when we're still designing ICE technology improvements for 2025 model year. Electrification is the way of the future, but as you have seen, I'll question the tipping point any time sooner than 2025, probably bet on 2040. Aisin is focused on the growth of our electrification and CASE, but our approach is more organic. So we will develop and build these systems to support the growth of electrification. We have begun to implement what we call a scrap and build program, which means we are replacing older technology with the newer technology. Currently for 2025 model year, we're getting requests for regenerative braking, electronic water pumps, electronic oil pumps, electronic variable valve timing, and e-axles. But hardly in what we're saying as we talk about mild hybrids, not in the full electrification. But if you want us to quote the newer technology, such as an electric water pump, you must also allow us to quote mechanical pumps and vice versa until we can phase out the older technology as the market starts to flip over. This will allow us to continue to balance the demand and begin to phase out the technologies that are no longer relevant based on the market. And it's a very structured, conservative approach to EV growth. Another way we're supporting EV growth is through our new joint venture with Denso called Blue Nexus. As you know, vehicle electrification requires a driving module package integrating its three key components: transactional motor, generator, and inverter. Aisin and Denso hold among the world's largest market share for transaxles and inverters, respectively. And both companies possess top-level technologies in the field of motor development. So by combining Aisin and Denso's strengths acquired through component development, Blue Nexus will develop and incorporate new technologies and products into electric drive modules. This is going to help us meet the demand of the diverse needs and performance requirements for electrification. Blue Nexus will develop not only electric drive modules, but also total systems tailored to specific vehicle models. and the needs of individual customers while offering support of the calibration of ECU software. So by maximizing the extensive expertise and vehicle know-how which Aishin and Denso have amassed through the years of research and development, Blue Nexus will respond to the needs of all electric vehicles. So Aishin is prepared for the EV growth, but our prediction is at a slower, more controlled pace. We actively study the markets and listen to our customers and create an organic growth strategy. One of my favorite case studies is of Holley carburetors. So I think in the past, Holley carburetor went out of business because they thought they were a carburetor company. And in a sense, they really should look at themselves as a fuel delivery company. So it doesn't really matter how the fuel gets to the engine, it still needed to get to the engine. But they went bankrupt because they thought they were just a carburetor company. Aishin is I mentioned, a large transmission company. If electrification comes and transmissions go away, we are out of business. So we have to, as I mentioned, try to accurately predict when that will flip. But as I showed, we see a lot of hurdles in the way, and our growth needs to be more organic than that. We know that there are different challenges that will affect the growth of the EV market, but we have to try to get those figured out. So Aishin looks at it cautiously. We know it's coming. We don't want to be left behind. We don't need to be the trailblazer, trying to develop new technologies that we can't sell in large quantities with good profit. So I will say that one thing for sure about electric cars is that they will eclipse the internal combustion engine one day. When that is, I'm not sure any of us can really say right now, because I think there are just too many variables that are affecting that actual tipping point. And obviously it's a topic of fierce and wildly divergent speculation. And that's why we're here at this conference. So I wanted to leave you with one more forecast comparison just for fun. I saw this chart here, and it just shows some of the very different speculations of what could happen. This chart here is the optimists show, such as a Bloomberg New Energy Finance in a 2019 electric vehicle outlook report. They see that the total stock of EV vehicles going to 500 million by the year 2040. That's about 32% of the world's passenger vehicles. So the bears, such as ExxonMobil or the oil cartel OPEC, they put that day much further into the future. Exxon's most recent prediction, the most pessimistic, shows the global stock of EVs reaching only 162 million by 2040. And that's 70% lower than Bloomberg's prediction. So to further confuse things, the Energy Information Administration, EIA, America's official source for energy statistics, has made one of the biggest adjustments to its forecast since the original one in 2011. The agency has raised its projection for EV stocks in the US by a factor of 20. Man, that's a big adjustment. Even with this adjustment, it's still a far cry away from the other industry productions. So who's right? And honestly, I don't even want to look at the numbers on the chart. It's kind of pointless because they all vary so much. What I really wanted to point out was that everyone is a claimed expert on the topic, but no one really has the correct answers. So we move along. So how can these predictions be so divergent? I feel that two assumptions make all the difference in EV model adoption. The first is, we do talk about price parity. EV sticker price is expected to exceed conventional cars until beyond 2030. That means incentives will continue to play an outsized role in EV demand. Cost parity only happens because of sales volumes from regulation. And every country has their own plan subject to domestic politics. So China relies on mandates. The country requires manufacturers to produce new energy vehicles each year. To stimulate the demand, authorities have made it hard to even register a conventional ICE vehicle compared to an EV. Other nations favor carrots, like Norway. I mentioned the lavish, generous perks, such as free parkings and tolls, as well as taxes and subsidies. America has a patchwork of state and federal incentives, mostly tax breaks that are subject to change every year and with every new administration. The second factor, and maybe more important, is the demographics of demand. This was talked about a bit as well. But the market for vehicles is highly segmented. Early adopters tend to be wealthy homeowners and often a second or third car. After this demand and demographics is saturated, it's really unclear how fast it will move down the income ladder. For EVs to go mainstream, several hurdles, as I discussed, need to be resolved. A combination of new infrastructure, chargers, vehicles that fit the needs of their consumers, and reducing charging times as well as costs. Many of these are only partial and automated controls. The nightmare scenario for EVs is that the appeal won't spread fast enough beyond the techies and the greenies to sustain the growth of the early market. Because of this, I don't really see the tipping point anytime soon. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, can you stop sharing your screen?
I am trying. I cannot find. I don't want to quit. Maybe. I apologize. I can't find my Zoom anymore.
Yeah, just go up to the top probably. Or it's either up to the
Yeah.
top or down to the bottom.
I think my two screens are screwing me up. Shit. No. I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm closing everything but.
There you go.
I can't, it's not opening back up for me.
Stop participant sharing. I can do that.
Yeah, do that.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, thanks for the informative presentation. It really gives us some perspective on some of the issues that we're looking at. And Tom, if you look at when you guys are making your decisions about future decisions about technology, I guess the question is, if you wait for your orders to change, will it be too late?
Yes. I mean, I think we have to look further out and try to forecast that. And that's why my group really studies more of the regulations versus what the consumer take is on it, because mandates are really going to push and drive the market. That's what OEMs are building to. You know, they have to meet California ZEB mandates. They have to meet the other 13 states or whatever it might be. They're going to make vehicles for China, of course, and in Europe, but it doesn't mean that they have to sell them here. They can change the propulsion system if it's a lower cost to sell it here, if there's not a mandate for it. So if we really want to look at where things are going to go, I think we have to first look at what government is going to, I hate to say force them to make, but, you know, dictate what we have to produce.
Mm-hmm. So that's more of your leading indicator than your orders.
Yes, I mean our orders, of course, too, but our orders are at least 4 or 5 years out typically.
Right.
So, you know, we're working on 2025 now. You know, we'll start on 2030 in, you know, a couple of years.
Yeah.
You know, we do start have OEMs come to us and say, hey, you guys make an electric rear axle. We'd like to talk to you about that. Or introduce us to your new Blue Nexus group so we can talk to them about motors and inverters.
Right.
But not as much as we're seeing, hard orders for those at this
Mhm.
time.
Right.
So a lot of it is really compliance, making ICEs better to hit those fleet averages and meet certain demands like California.
How much better can the manufacturers make ICE vehicles?
As suppliers, we always think we have some of those magic technologies that will help them get there. Active transmission warm up, things that kind of help reduce. I think Sergio talked about some of the losses compared to electric vehicles from an ICE engine, and obviously very true. So how do we reduce those losses? Piston coatings, things like that we can do to try to reduce some of that and make the ICE a little more efficient as well.
Right. Right. I'm sure it's a matter of cost.
It always is. I mean, we can have some technology, but if it doesn't fit into the OEM's budget, then they have to make the decision ultimately on whether they're going to adopt it or not.
Right. Right. Do the other speakers have any questions for Tom? Oh, Tom, you've exhausted us.
I apologize. I don't want to be the one throwing cold water on it, but from a supplier, we have to look at that. And we look at it like we want to make what you want to build.
Yeah.
But when we look at the hurdles that are out there, we just don't see the market really gangbustering that way unless someone tells them that they have to start making those cars.
Yeah.
And that's why we talk to Mike McCarthy and his group somewhat regularly and try to understand where things might be going. We're looking at the SAFE Act and trying to decide obviously the lawsuit between California and the government. Is that going to go through? Does the SAFE Act have a chance of really staying? Will ZEB mandate on the California ability to create their own standards be taken away? So there's a lot of things out there that we have to look at and try to guess. But we still have to pick and choose which technologies we want to start developing. And it's based on some of our core. And it's no secret that we're closely linked with Toyota. So I think we follow a lot of what they're doing. So we're seeing a lot of hybrid technology requests.
Right.
But not a lot yet on full BEVs.
Yeah, and I know that Toyota always considered the hybrid as as a transition technology.
Sure.
To EVs eventually.
A lot of those components can eventually make the jump over to full battery electric. As I pointed out, I mean
which ones in particular? Which ones in particular make the transition?
I think some of the motors, inverters, the electric rear axles, a lot of that kind of stuff can be transferred over.
Okay.
Even the internal the pumps, you still got to cool the battery, you still got to thing. So some of our e-pumps and things can still make that leap.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Well, I think we're all done then.
All right.
I wanted to thank all of our speakers for taking the time today to sit in with us. I really appreciate your taking your time. Couldn't do it without you. We couldn't do it with our affiliates. We couldn't do it without our speakers. Also, I would like to thank our audience for sticking around and hope you enjoyed the conference. Now I can actually say we'll see you in September for our next conference on the Internet of Things. Now, for our Meet the Speakers program, Sergio, you have someone who wants to meet with you. Tom, you have someone who wants to meet with you.
Okay.
And Mike, both Mikes have somebody that want to meet with them. So you can stick around. If you can stick around, we'd appreciate it. And we'll put you into the breakout rooms and you can have your meetings.
All right, sounds good. Do we just stay here?
Yeah, just stay where we are.
Okay.
Hopefully we're going to have our, at least the way we had it set up, and it doesn't seem to be working, is that we asked the people who wanted to meet with you to come into the Zoom conference.
Okay.